Hello everybody, good morning. Good morning, Captain Mannerings. Good morning, Kuraki. Hi, Mark. Good morning, Adam. Good morning, Mr. Dambuster UK. Hello, Rock Golem. Good morning, Cameron. Morning, William. How are we all out there today? Hello, Jesse. Oh, hi, Mark. How are you all doing? Yes, we are back in the mortal realms. And you might be able to see here, Games Workshop have very kindly sent me the Dawnbreakers boxes. We have Fury's Flame Bearers. We have Braggett's Bottle Snatchers. We have Gerion's Delegation. Oh, God. And we have Fulgoth's Shudderhood. Not only that, but they have sent me Harbingers Book 1. And that's what we're going to be talking about this morning. So, a little bit of a schedule. Little bit of a schedule for you guys this morning. So, up until the time as of when the old preview happens, and I just need to remember what time that is. I think it's at 2. Where is it? There we are. At 2 p.m? Yes, 2 p.m. So up until 2, we're going to be doing a bit of building, a bit of talking about Harbingers Book 1, because it's great. There is some seriously cool stuff in there. I'm not going to give too much away, because I don't want to spoil anything. But are there new sculpts or just reboxed minis? There's 4 new models, which I will show you. So we have the Harbingers. We'll get up close and personal with these, but we have these, and we will talk through what they do. They're all really cool, and inside the book there's some really cool rules. But we are going to talk about. We're going to be talking through the book a little bit. We're going to have a little look at the General's Handbook. We're going to be building some stuff. We're going to be priming some stuff. We're then going to do the preview at 2, so we'll watch that all together. And then I'll paint something. Or build more stuff. Who knows? There's going to be no 40k. I'm outraged. Well, then you should leave. Because this is a happy place. Don't leave. I need the viewership. As always, please do like the stream. That would be very nice of you. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning to everybody else. Was just working my way through your Leviathan playlist. Very, very good work, young sir. Thank you, Adam. Thank you. Oh. I've just cut my elbow. Great start. Mr. The Warhipster, that's me, not Mr. A Warhipster. But yes, let's see if we can. 69 concurrent viewers. Nice. Yes, click for engagement and all that good stuff, so that YouTube goes, hey, this guy knows what he's doing. This guy knows what he's doing. We should send him more subs and stuff. So, I do, of course, have to explain a few things. So, because of Leviathan, and because of how many videos that is, I haven't had a chance to actually start on the the AOS stuff. But what I have done is I've built it and I've primed it. So what we're going to have is we're going to have tutorials for loads of stuff, loads of AOS content coming out across this month. But what we have got... You left us behind. Did I leave you behind? What did I do? So as you can see, my desk is no longer covered in Tyranids. But what it does have is we have all of these new guys. So here is the new Nurgle Knight, whose name I can't remember. I will get it up in just a minute. So we have this guy. We have Sigerian. Now these are all... They have a named thing on the front of the box. But they're not named characters. So these are just generic... They're generic guys that you can use in your games of AOS, in your armies. So I believe this is the Marrow Scroll Herald. We have the Grimhold Exile. Here he is. So for the Fire Slayers. And then we have this guy, who I can't remember. Can't remember his name. I have the beautiful gits, yes, Captain Bannerings. I do, 100%. So there will be videos for all 4 of these that will come out soon. There are 6 more Hive Fleet videos that do need to come out. But there's so many things that we have going on today that I was like, I'm just going to stream it rather than put out like 55 different videos across the day. Rabble Rouser, yes, that's the one. So I just need to open up my emails, because I have the PDF for the Harbingers book. Now, I can't show you the book on the screen, but what I can do is talk to you about it, and I can say, in all certainty, that this book is setting up some big stuff. So, I don't know how au fait a number of you are with the AOS lore, but... We have something going down in a very important place, and we're not entirely certain what it is yet, but the denizens of the mortal realms are worried. They are worried because there are portents. They're not malign portents. We're not doing that again. What do I keep... I keep hearing something go bash. Anyway, so yeah, there's some stuff going down, and it's all happening at a place called Hammerhall. Now, Hammerhall is important. Hammerhall is where it all began. It's where the gates of Azir were first reopened. It's where the Hammers of Sigmar arrived in the mortal realms. And where Vandus Hammerhand first confronted Korgos Kul in the Hellfire Peninsula. And therefore a big city was built around it. And how do you find time? Is there multiple of you cloned in that house? No. The way I find time is what I do is I get up around about 11 o'clock. And then I go to bed at around about 4 a.m. And in that time I work. But yes. So, yes. It's a fun existence. Which is why if you become a member today, you can help me hire someone to do the night shift. So yes, some big stuff is going down. So the whole story is centered around something is going on in Hammerhall. And Hammerhall is the twin-tailed city. it actually crosses across 2 realms. We have Akshi, where it all began, and Gyron, which is where the Sylvaneth lives, Realm of Life. It's Alariel's realm. And there's a city there on one side of this big realm gate, and there's another city in Hellfire. And they do belong to the same city, but it's a really cool concept. It's one city made of life and wood and all this kind of thing, and the other one is of fire and metal, and it's really sick. So yes, we have the 4 new models are the Marrow Scroll Herald, the Grimhold Exile, the Rabble Rouser, and the Harbinger of Decay. Those are the... Adam Story, thank you very much for becoming a member. That's very kind of you. And Tim Peters, thank you very much for becoming a member. That's very, very, very kind of you. Let me just do a thing. There we go. Welcome to the Warhipster Fold. So yeah, what this book does is, there's nothing like monumental. It's not like the end of the Broken Realms series with Be'lakor or indeed Kragnos. But what this book does is it very much sets up what's coming. So from a narrative perspective, it's great. All of the new characters, the named versions of them, not that there are named versions of them, but the new characters all get a good showing. And it introduces us to what they're all about. So, what you also get in here, and this is really, really, really nice, and I'm not entirely certain whether you get the rules, but what you get is you get a lot of Path to Glory stuff. And there is a number of battle plans in here to execute some of the battles that happen in here. Now, I've got to tell you, you know who comes off the best in this one, actually, is the Flesh Eater Courts. The Flesh Eater Courts have an incredible showing in this one. Sugerian's Delegation. They've got this really excellent bit, and all of the characters feel like they do in the narrative. They all have abilities that basically emulate the thing that happens in the... Captain Mannerings, thank you very much for the 1 gifted membership. That is incredibly kind of you. Ascalon was gifted a membership by Captain Mannerings. And then ADR Wargaming coming in with the 10 gifted off the rip. My goodness me. Thank you so much. You hero amongst men, sir. We're on the way to 300. Thank you so much, buddy. You're painting your Lord of Afflictions pattern through 631. That's awesome. I'm going to be building some Blight Kings in a minute. Yes, do make sure to say thank you if you get a gifted membership, like Ryan just did. So yeah, all of the characters in here actually get like an ability that emulates something that happens in the story, or their little bit of the story, which is really cool. So I've got the Grimhold Exile here, for example, and one of his abilities is the Last of the Lodge Fire. Once per battle, when you pick this unit to fight, instead of piling in and attacking with it, you can say that it will unleash the last of the Lodge Fire. If you do so, pick one enemy unit within 1 inch of this unit and roll a number of dice equal to the wounds characteristic of that enemy unit. For each 4+, that enemy unit suffers a mortal wound, which is great. When it comes to, when you read the book, it's like, yeah, that's that bit in the story. It's great. So yeah, you get a number of different battle plans in here. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 battle plans for your Path to Glories. There's a bunch of Path to Glory rules in here, which is really awesome. And you get the ability to in terms of the kind of the rules, as it were, we're introducing regiments of renown here, basically. And there's not a kind of brand new thing and brand new concept, but regiments of renown are here now in Age of Sigmar, which is, again, sort of. Not that they ever really went away, but they're here. There are 4 regiments of renown in this book, of course. So you have one for Fulgoth Shudderhood, for example, and they're not restricted to their particular armies. So Fulgoth Shudderhood, for example, are not restricted to a Maggotkin of Nurgle army. They are, if your army has a Chaos General but is not a Maggotkin of Nurgle army, you can include the Fulgoth Shudderhood Regiment of Renown. So what you get is you get a new, you get a new regiment, a new kind of formation, a new battalion, which is the Regiment of Renown, and it comes with a unified core rule for your 1-drop deployments for Age of Sigmar, and it's generally one leader, which is the ones in the box, the new ones, and then 3 troops of some description. Each unit in this battalion must be within 6 inches of the hero in the same battalion at the end of deployment. So, if your army has a Death General but is not a Flesh Eater Courts army, you can include the Gerian's Delegation Regiment of Renown. If your army has a Destruction General but is not a Gloomspite Gitz army, you can include the Braggett Bottle Snatchers Regiment of Renown. And if your army has an Order General but is not a Fire Slayers army, you can include the Fury's Flame Bearers Regiment of Renown, which is really cool. Morning, Josh. Just wanted to ask if you'll be doing painting tutorials just for the new heroes or the other models that come in the box as well, like the Putrid Blight Kings and the Puscoil Blight Lords. Well, it just so happens, Wiggle Wiggles Bottom. We have Putrid Blight Kings here to build this morning, and we have Puscoil Blight Lords, so I've built them. My intention is to paint them. My intention is to do all of them. As many of them as I possibly can, if I have the time. So don't you worry, sir. Your AOS cravings will be satisfied. So, you can include these as regiments of renown in any other army, right? And what you then get is you get Regiment of Renown army rules. If your army has a Death General but is not a Flesh Eater Courts army, you can include this Regiment of Renown. If you do so, no other allied units can be included in your army. You can include this Regiment of Renown in your army, even if its points value exceeds the amount allowed for allied units. So, I'm assuming you get these army rules in matched play as well, because it doesn't say that you don't, and it also doesn't say that you do. So, for example, Gerian's Delegation. The models within Gerian's Delegation, the Flesh Eater Courts, units in this Regiment of Renown can run and still charge later in this turn, and units in this Regiment of Renown have a ward of 6+, for example. The Regiment of Renown then includes, if we scroll all the way to the bottom, to the points are, there we are, includes the Marrow Scroll Herald, Crypt Ghouls, 20 of them, 3 Crypt Flayers and 3 Crypt Horrors, and you get all of that for 460 points, and it's a 460 point unit. These units must be taken as a set referred to as Gerian's Delegation, although taken as a set, each is a separate unit. So, each one of these boxes, so this one, for example, Fulgoth Shudderhood, this is a 590 point unit in terms of how you pay for your points. And that doesn't mean you can't take it because it's the because it's too many points for the allies thing. It specifically says in here, even if this is more points than allies that you're allowed, you can have these. So 590 points for everything in there, and you get this one thing, which I think is really cool. 500 points for the Gloomspite Gitz. 460 points for Gerian's Delegation, and 540 points for the Fire Slayers, of which you get 5 Auric Hearthguard, 5 Hearthguard Berserkers, and 10 Volkite Berserkers, and the Grimhold Exile himself. So all 4 of them have a little kind of set of rules to go with that group of models. You get the new model themselves, so it does include the points, and it includes the the War Scrolls for everything that's in these 4 boxes. It doesn't give you the points individually for Crypt Ghouls, Flayers, and Horrors, for example. You'd have to go and look for that somewhere else. But in this book specifically, everything you need to add these to your army is great. Does anyone have any questions or things that I can answer whilst we're waiting for the next 5 minutes before I start building some Putrid Blight Kings? Naked baby dwarfs are wrong'uns. He's a wrong'un, he is. I can't wait for the painting videos. No, I can't wait to paint them either. I finished yesterday. Leviathan was finished yesterday. Why did my wife take over the TV for Tour de France rather than the Warhipster stream? I would suspect because she's a bigger fan of cycling. would be my suspicion. Would be how I would answer that question. Like all racing, I just can't be arsed with it. The most entertaining part for me of racing is the first 5 minutes and the last 5 minutes. I don't know about anyone else. I know it's probably an unpopular opinion. It's like F1, for example. The first lap and the last lap. Watch those and you're good. Bike floof heads. Please can you ask GW to stop releasing cool models faster than I can paint them? I mean, I could ask the question. I mean, they're releasing them faster than I can paint them. Honestly. I mean, it's my fault, right? If I'd elected to not paint the entirety of Leviathan, I'd have been done with it like a week or so ago. Maybe like a week or 2 ago. But I didn't want to do that because I did that with Indomitus. I painted one of everything, and then I still haven't finished the Necrons. Necrons will never be finished. I haven't finished the Outriders. They're the only thing left. There's 2 Outriders left to do from Indomitus, and that's 3 years ago. I've had two Outriders that are just like, they're not even half finished. I think they're like 10% done. Because I just was like, I'm just going to do one of everything. That'll be fine. And then because I haven't used Outriders for anything, they've never been at the top of my priority list for the Blood Angels, so I've just not done them. So with this one, I was like, I don't want to be left with, what is it, like 45 Tyranids. I don't want to be left with like 30. 30 Tyranid models that are just primed and are in a box and will never have anything done with them. Because that's what I have with the Necrons. There's 18 Necron Warriors, 2 Scorpec Destroyers, and is it 4 Scarab Bases, for example, that are just, they're never going to get paint. I don't have time. You can think of someone who might need some Outriders. You've got some Outriders for me to paint. I'm not just going to donate you 2 of mine. Also, I'd have to strip one. I'd have to strip them to paint them for you, Adam. It's not happening. I'll do yours eventually. Don't worry. It'll happen. Just, you know. Just picked up the Tyranid Half of Leviathan to add to my current horde. The horde of the bugs. Where is my elephants? Anyway, we're not talking about Space Marines. Today is an AOS day. Where the hell have the instructions gone? What did I do with them? They should be in my immediate vicinity. And yet, they are not. Oh, they're over there. What are they doing over there? Some Ideneth Harbingers. That would be nice, wouldn't it? Have you tried loaded brush with contrast paints? I don't know what that means. Do you mean... Hang on. Do you mean like where you have two different colours on the brush so you get the thing coming out? Yes, no, that is what you mean. Yeah, so I've not tried it in any kind of seriousness. The reason why is because it's also liquid and fluid. That generally tends to just kind of mix on the brush at that point. So you have to go really quick for it to not. Because you'd be introducing 4 different pigments to each other at once if you're doing it with 2 colours. Loaded brush is a really interesting. It is a really interesting technique, and there is ways of doing it with contrast. It's just it's not. Funnily enough, it's one of the things that contrast actually. You're best doing it off with base and layer paints. Doing it that way. So, because otherwise you're just gonna, like I said, if you say you do, you want to go from Achillean green into Pterodon turquoise, you're gonna end up with Achillean turquoise, very very quickly on the brush in seconds. 2 hours left, indeed, to FQ. It is 2 hours to go until the preview. Hello, Kataro. Hope you're well. I'm up to issue 20 of Stormbringer. More than worth it for the models. Yeah, those magazines are always worth it if you want the stuff or don't have the stuff that's in it. Like, if I didn't have the enormous Stormcast collection that I do, and the Cruel Boys collection that I do, it would be worth it for me. But it's not worth it for me because it would just be doubling up everything that I have, and I don't want that. You're gonna make live reaction on the stream too? Yeah. No, we're watching the stream together. That's what we're doing today. That's one of the things we're doing today. Right, we're gonna be building some of these, and then hopefully we get them done in the next 2 hours, so I can get them primed. We'll then watch the thing, and then we'll paint some Putrid Blightings on stream. The Space Bee. Welcome. Thank you so much for becoming a member, you Warhipster, you. That is very, very kind of you. Thank you. You got the new models? Why, yes, I do. Here is the Harbinger of Decay. Here is the Marrow Scroll Herald. Here is the Grimhold Exile. And here is the Rabble Rouser. We have all four. They're going to be painted this week. Steve Boyd. Imperium was brilliant value. Hello, O bearded one. That is me. Lord Croker's waiting for you. Yes, he is. He's graduated from the late part to-do list to the current to-do list. So yes, it will be happening. I promise. Mr. Biltong Brew has been a member for 13 months. That's over 1 year. You beautiful, sexy brush wizard. Well, right back at you. Thank you so much for being a member for a year, my friend. You're an awesome dude. If you haven't already, guys, check out the Brush Lickers podcast. Mr. Biltong Boob is a part of that. You can check them out on Instagram and anywhere where podcasts are available, I believe. When you're painting more Seraphon models, it'll be happening soon, Patrick, because I'm now done with Leviathan, so we're into AOS month now. July is going to be all about AOS, unless, you know, something really cool in 40k rears its head. But I think we're going to be pretty much focused on Age of Sigmar. Might get a bit of Blood Bowl in. I mean, I'm not going to say there's going to be definitely no 40k stuff, you know, because, you know, I've got a mountain of 40k models to paint. But, you know, we are going to be focusing. We've even got more Lumineth stuff to do. I'm looking forward to having a slightly slower time of it now. Because whilst, you know, for the... for the Nurgle, for the Maggotkin of Nurgle box, I think there's definitely 3 videos in there, you know, for the Puscoils and the Blight Kings and for the Harbinger Decay, of course. But I think for like the things like the Fire Slayers, for example, you almost kind of cover the whole box by just doing the Grimhold Exile. So it probably doesn't need 4 videos for that. But I might do like 1 or 2 models from that as well. Then for like the Gloomspite Gits one, there's the Gobberpalooza, which is really cool. So I might try and get that done. As well. And then the Flesh Eater Courts. I know there's a couple of people in the Warhipster Discord who want some Flesh Eater Courts videos. So, and I'm fairly convinced that Flesh Eater Courts might be my jam. It might be my army that I want to do for my Death faction that I haven't got around to. Because I love them, and they get a like I said earlier, they get a really good showing in the Harbingers book. This is Dawnbreakers Book 1, Harbingers. They do some really cool stuff. They do some really, really cool stuff. Painting some minis that can't be named on this stream. Are you painting 40k? Get out! There's talk a lot. Skaven is going to get a lot new models. I mean, Skaven, it would be lovely for Skaven to get a lot of new models. As to whether they're going to get a lot of new models now, given as that the Skaven book came out, was it in January? I think it was in January, you know. They might be the leaders of the next box. Building 20 termagants. I'm ready for the double tap to the head now. Thank you. I don't envy you. The building 20 termagants is rough. Okay. So I'm building this guy as a champion, so he has to have an axe and a sword. Seems a bit selfish, but there we go. Surely somebody else would like a weapon to go along with things. Where's the bit? I need the bit. I hate building. It's both Kataros. So we're kicking off the next kind of lead in to the next what's it called? The next edition. So like Broken Realms before it and Malign Portents before that. We're kicking all of that off. So this is the Dawnbreakers Book 1. Liam's coming here and he's dropped 5 gifted members on the chat. Being a hero out here, sir. Thank you very much. 225. Let's go, baby! What mods from Seraphon are you painting? Well, I've got an Astrolith Bearer to do. I've got the Saurus, what are they called? The Agrodon Lancers. I've got them to do, and I've got the Skink Star Seer, and of course Lord Croak. He needs doing. I can't find this component at all. Where is it? That's component 16. That's useless to me. There it is. Good lord. So yeah, these books will kick off the next. They're the rundown, the Dawnbringers Crusades rundown towards the next edition, and whatever's going to happen there. I also have the Spawn of Chotek to do. I forgot to mention him. Wait, did I miss the preview? No, Alex, no, don't worry. You've got until 2 o'clock is when the preview will be. We're hanging out talking AOS. I'm building the new boxes that Games Workshop very kindly sent me. So I'm building up some Putrid Blight Kings as part of the Dawnbringers. And then we'll be doing the Watchalong in a couple of hours' time, an hour and 50 minutes time. I will have to procure a sandwich on site at some point in the next hour or so. So I'm going to just try and get through some of these Putrid Blight Kings as quickly as I possibly can, because I would ideally like to prime this set. So that we can paint it this afternoon. But it's never so simple. There we go. Part 1 done. C23. Oh, this is going to be easy now. I know where I'm looking on the sprue. Haha. What about the Lumineth Realm Lords? Do you paint more models of them? Yep, I've got every single Lumineth Realm Lords model that has ever been released. And they will all get videos. I'm hoping to crash through some of that this month. In between some bits and pieces. This week is about getting some of the, at least these ones done. These 4 characters done. Hopefully getting some time to get some of the Putrid Blight Kings done. And the Pascoil Blight Lords. We'll also try and get some stuff from Gerion's delegation done. So the Flesh Eater Courts. try and get all that done this week, and then next week I will have built up enough videos that I can take some time to finish off some other projects that need to get done. Hopefully. Depends on how things go. Because as I mentioned earlier, we have still got 6 more Tyrannid Hive Fleet videos to come out. Ouroboros, Hydra. Oh God. Gorgon, Jormungandr, Kronos. That's all on its way. Yeah, Shrine of Luminor is in there. It's on my to-do list. It's on my to-do pile. Don't you worry about it, Squire. I thought there was a mislabeled component. Not touching my minis until I can see at least 5 YouTubers painting Hive Fleet Typhon. I also need to procure another Termagant so I can do a Hive Fleet Typhon video. It's the only one I ran out of models to do. Take the Lumen F to Tabletop Tactics. I don't think they're ready for it, mate. Because the Lumineth book is very good. It's not as horrible as the last one was, but the Lumineth book is very, very good, and you can pull off some seriously horrible stuff with it. Yeah. I'm not going to give anyone ideas, but yeah, no, it's a very, very, very strong book, and I think if you're not prepared for it, it will be a real shock to the system. Plus, everyone in the audience will get mad at me for going in and bullying someone. Ah, he's got a horrible better list. Sorry. What I want to do is I want to take my what's it called? I want to take Archaon and the Slaves to Darkness down to Tabletop Tactics and see if they've got anything in the tank that can take on the Ever-Chosen himself. You best hope I don't roll any double sixes in the combat phase. Sorry, mate. Yeah, it's slain. What? Armor saves? Nope. Not for you. Slayer of Kings. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Oh, God. How does this attach? Like that? Yeah. Mr. Feudal, good afternoon and welcome. Thank you so much for becoming a member. That's very, very kind of you, buddy. I saw your post on YouTube yesterday. I saw it. It's very kind of you. Thank you. I'm glad I could help in any way, shape, or form. Yeah, Patrick, I've said. Yeah, the Shrine of Luminor is on the list. Yeah, the Typhon scheme is really nice. I was looking at it and I was like, this would be a really good one to do. I actually, part of me feels like it would be better to do on a bigger model. Doing Blood Angels, so what would be a good scheme for the Nids to contrast against them? Well, I mean, honestly, the Blood Angels versus Leviathan. High Fleet Leviathan looks great. Hoi hoi. Hoi hoi, Alicia. We have nearly built one Putrid Blight King. I hate building. Do you know what, like, when was it? I think it was... It wasn't yesterday, it was the day before yesterday when I built the Harbingers for this one. For this first box. First book. So the 4 characters. Yeah. 2 days ago. And I was like, oh, I haven't built anything in ages. Oh, it's quite nice to be building for a change. Did the first one. Second one, I was like, no, I hate it still. Building's the worst. Building can get in the bin. What is the worst miniature you have ever built? Oh, that is a really good question. Pretty much anything Forge World is the worst. It's because of the added step of having to clean it. I hate it. I hate it so much. And then you combine that with... There have been some Forge World kits that I've really wanted to get in the past, but then I've looked up the build and it's just been like, nope. No way in hell. So like, I really want a Thunderhawk gunship. I can't afford a Thunderhawk gunship, but I really want a Thunderhawk gunship. But its build is supposed to be terrible. And it's one of the things that has put me off about doing the Warhound Titan. Is because I've had to buy... I had to buy a saw. And I bought the wrong saw, so I have to buy another saw. To get it done. Yeah, they have. What, the Warhound? Is it fine? Or the Thunderhawk gunship? Last time I had a conversation about the Thunderhawk gunship, somebody told me, you can get one in plastic, it's easy. And I was like, for a minute there, I'd forgotten that there was a little one. But yeah, as I recall as well, building the Celestant Prime was a bit of an arsehole to do. C1. C3. Have you done a Snatcher Boss on Sludge Raker Beast or Marsh Crawler Sloggoth video for the Crawl Boys? I've not yet, the Siddle. It's on the list of things to do. I might make finishing off some of my AOS armies my Tale of Many Warhipsters Season 2 project, which is on its way. In a couple of weeks' time, in fact. I was saying in my in the Discord yesterday that it was supposed to be this month, but Leviathan absolutely railroaded that, because there was no chance I was going to get another unit of something painted this month aside from Leviathan. It's 70 something models, 73 models, and we've had 16 plus 4 streams, so that's 20 plus 8 high fleets plus the box and build plus the Blood Angels, 30 videos about Leviathan, and we're gonna have there's one more yet to come, which will be the demons. Chris Galloway, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs, sir. That's very, very, very kind of you. We actually had another one earlier, which I hasn't updated. So if you'll just excuse me. Just gonna... There we go. I wonder if... Because now... Have you assembled the horse boy? Neurotic? Why, yes I have. Bombardment! There he is. Getting done. The first wave of Dawnbringer boxes done, plus the armies I have. It's the only way for me to organise my painting pile. Yeah. So yeah, the four characters will be getting videos starting on Saturday next week. So that'll be when you guys actually have models in hand. And then I will no longer be a week and a half behind on my painting schedule. Ah, C10. These are funky fellas. It is cool to get little boxes like these, because especially anything chaos, because as you may or may not be aware, I am in the midst of, I think it's it must be a 2 or 3 year project by now, of the Grand Army of Chaos, which is many armies. 2,000 points of Khorne demons. 2,000 points of Tzeentch demons. 2,000 points of Slaanesh demons. 2,000 points of Nurgle demons. And that can be used across either game system. So there's our 8,000. But then we're going to have 2,000 points of World Eaters. 2,000 points of Chaos Knights. 2,000 points of Black Legion for the 40k side of things. And then we're going to have 2,000 points of Hedonites. 2,000 points of Disciples of Tzeentch. 2,000 points of Blades of Khorne. And 2,000 points of Maggotkin of Nurgle. And I'm thinking 2,000 points of Beasts of Chaos at the moment, or Skaven. I would love to do either of them, but at the moment the model ranges are way too old, so I would just like newer models. So I'm just kind of waiting. 3 unclean ones. I've got 2 great unclean ones. I just need to get another one to do Rotigus Rainfather. But as with all things, time and money are factors that must be considered in all things. Where the hell is his shoulder pad? C11. See, this is the part I don't like about building, is hunting for components. I just wish they'd group them all together in one area. It's not going to be on this sprue. No, it's not. 1, 2, 3. There's 10. 14. Nowhere to be found. There we go, got it. GW just put out a little video. Did they, by Jove? Should we go and watch this video live? Yeah, so same for I'd like Flesh Eater Courts to get a pile of models. Warhammer community. Decode this curious transmission. Okay. Well, we're on a day of previews. Let's watch it together, shall we? I need window capture. Okay.
Let it be war from the skies of terror to the galactic rim. Let it be war from the skies of terror to the galactic rim. Let the seas boil. Let the stars fall. Let the galaxy burn.
I wonder what that could be. I think I know what that will be. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's going to be epic. I like the amount of, like, with this, it's like, what do you reckon this is? Epic. Sounds like such a sarcastic throw off. Oh, it's just epic. Epic, innit? Who gives a shit? We've got it's at 2 o'clock. The FQ. The FQ. So we've got an hour and 27 minutes, which is useful for me because I am nowhere near finishing building these. How many different variations can you make from the Blight King's kit? There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I think there's 10 different, like, here's how you build them examples. But then there's a pile of different components and things in here as well. It's the same on the Pusgoyle Blight Lords. Like, in the instructions in here, it didn't tell me how to use the big trident. But the big trident is in there as an example. I'm guessing that's for a character or maybe something like that. Which isn't as part of the Harbingers set. We'll see how we get on. Hopefully we get these built in the next hour or so. We're 100% going to build a standard bearer because it seems like you always have to be. Are the heads interchangeable? Yes. Is this a new kit? No, these are the old. These are the Putrid Blight Kings. These are old. These are an old kit. They're not that old, but they are of the older persuasion. The new one in here is the Harbinger of Decay, who's the bloke on a horse, who I realised was previewed at Warhammer Fest. And it only feels like Warhammer Fest was yesterday. Because in that time I've painted so many models. That's that way around. There we go. That goes on there like that. Boop, 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 boop. Goes behind the leg. Apparently. Oh, I see. There's an extra bit of support that I should have added some more glue on. There we go. It's on. Oh yeah, it is the new kit. It's the new Harbinger box. That we're building right now. Fulgoth's Shadowhood. No. The panic of dropping a head, never to be seen again on the carpet. Raw. I'm so sad. Decay and despair. Any chance the Stormcast Chariot is on your to-do list? It is on my to-do list, as a matter of fact. I have one of those. Actually, I have two of those. Because I really like them. Stormstrike Chariot, is that what it's called? Vigilors as well. I've got 10 of them to do. Because I really like them. The trouble was, I kind of froze a little bit because I was like, who am I going to add? Which one of my 3 storm hosts am I going to add these to? Am I going to add them to the Hallowed Knights, the Hammers of Sigmar, or the Celestial Vindicators? And then I just didn't do them. Oh, you were on. Why? Why are you like this? Component. That is a cool model. I am a big fan. I just realised that this was on the screen the entire time. Sorry about that. I do love the Hammers of Sigmar. But I also really love the Hammers, the Hammers of Sigmar. Yeah, I also really love the Hallowed Knights.
Only the faithful.
What is going on here? Oh no, hold on. So you get 3 different options here, and you get 3 options here as well. So, oh, the musician. So there's what? So in the Putrid Blight King's kit, you get 1, 2 there for the champion or just a normal guy. You then get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and that we'll see on the other pages. 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh yeah, no, I was right. 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, 12. The Hammers of Sigmar are sick. They're great. They have some really cool stories. The Hallowed Knights also have some really, really cool stuff. Hamilcar Bear Eater. He's a dope dude. He's part of the, is it Celestial Warbringers? Or the Astral Templars, one of the two. Can't remember. The Knights Excelsior are scary because they're just they're just brutal. C79, C80. Is it going to be over here now? Are we going to finally graduate to another sprue? Yes, we are.
Who shall be victorious? Only the faithful.
I love it. I love them so much. And man, who has not read or isn't up to date with Broken Realms? Because it's been 2 years and you should be. But man, Broken Realms Be'lakor. It did not go well for the Hallowed Knights. And it genuinely made me very sad in that book. And I kind of feel like we deserve a novelization so that I can listen to an audiobook version of the events of Broken Realms Bellicor. So I can make myself all sad again. What's happened? Is there more? Orbital drop pods in for 40k. Primaris reviewed to keep the sweaty 40k nerds happy. What do you mean, Castellan? Have they left? Have they dropped something? What's the bet there will actually be a new Primaris Lieutenant revealed today? I mean, I wouldn't be mad if there were, but I'm also kind of hoping that there won't be. I like AOS having its space, because it's what it deserves as a game, and as a world, and as a universe. It deserves to be allowed to breathe, and it's a top quality world that they're building, and I love it very, very, very much. That's why, like, when I loved the Demon Prince when it was announced, and I was worried that it was no longer going to be an AOS kit that can be used in 40k. Because I didn't want it to become, I didn't want it to be put in the 40k packaging, basically, because it deserves to be in the AOS packaging, because it's part of the Slaves to Darkness. I was just immensely happy when it came out as part of the Slaves to Darkness box. Because AOS is just it's a wonderful, wonderful universe that is getting increasingly more interesting as time goes on. And let's be clear, like every time we've had one of these kind of campaign lead-ins in AOS, there's been some serious stuff that's happened. Again, take Broken Realms Bellicor. He broke the Stormcast. He murdered an entire storm host, or a chamber of a storm host, and that's never been done before. Like, proper murdered as well. They're not just waiting to come back. He broke the skies with the cloud, so now that their souls have a struggle to get back to Azir, so they're not as infallible as they once were. They are in danger somewhat, and that's a big change to them as a faction, because they had the new Thunderstrike armor to kind of give them a bit more of a boost, but it's not guaranteed, and not everybody is outfitted with it. So there's a lot of risk for the Stormcast now. Before, they didn't really they didn't like dying, of course, but it was just kind of, oh well, you know, it'll be all right because we'll be back anyway. Don't worry about it. But now there's stakes for them in the mortal realms, which is it's a really fascinating concept. To essentially introduce a questioning of the immortality of a faction that utilizes its immortality. You see what I mean? It's a little bit of what they've done with John Grammaticus in the Siege of Terror and in the Horus Heresy books. 103. Because if you're immortal, then you are flippant about death, right? But if you lose that immortality, or if that immortality is threatened in any way, how do you respond? And then as an army of soldiers that, you know, have utilized their deaths to their advantage in the past. Like, for example, Morbus, the Lord Relictor in Plague Garden. He utilizes his death pretty well. But yeah, it's a big thing. It's cool. I think you then compare. This is the thing. I thought was quite funny. You compared Broken Realms to Psychic Awakening, and it's like, Jesus. Well, I know where the quality writing staff is for the narrative. You know what I mean? Nope. No. Oh, got it. It's genuinely confusing me then how that goes together. It still doesn't look right, but Nurgle, what can you do? Yeah, fall off now. But what colour carpet do you get that doesn't hide plastic sprue? Hardwood floor? Yeah, but then it goes. Then it goes. then it never returns. It goes farewell. At least with carpet, there's friction. You throw a bit of plastic on some smooth floor, and it just goes. Bye. Have a beautiful time. It says goodbye forever. I'm going to go and hide under a cabinet now, where you shall never find me. My my last flat when I lived in Cheltenham, so before where I am now, was all laminated floor. And it was awful because you'd drop a bit and it would end up in like the bathroom. Like I said, it would just scream for Gondor and leave. $101. And 102. Oh no, we need the bell as well. Of course we do. Nurgle and his bells. Loves a good bell, doesn't he? Some might say he's all about them. I completely agree, Captain Mannerings. If the sprues were sequential, it would make my life a lot easier. I would much prefer it as well. I think it would be a much more engaging building experience. I think the only reason why it doesn't... The only reason why you would argue that it doesn't work as in sequential numbering for all the components is that it would make people feel like their creativity is limited, as weird as that sounds. So for all the converters and scratch builders out there, they would feel like it's the only way you can build a model is in that order. And some kits are sequential, like when they do the little clan packs of characters. They usually are. Ugh. If you're gonna do this, at least make the groove bigger. Like, what is that? Done is what it is. Okay, that's not a peg. Yay, Bellboy is built. 2 more. And then it's priming and sandwich time. You know what was really cool from Games Workshop, actually? I don't know if anyone's built the Osgiliath terrain, the new one, the tower and the mansion. Because there are so many components packed really tightly on the sprue, rather than doing what they normally do and just having the letters, the numbers, and you just kind of have to figure out which one is which, especially when you, like, for example, like, say you got the sprue like this. If you've got a component here and a component here, and then you say it says 103 and 104 next to it, just like which one's which, especially if they look the same on the building. What they did in those instructions, they put an arrow on it, so a little triangle facing which component was which was really, really nice touch. And I wish they would do that for everything else. What sort of filling in sandwich? Oh, it'll be a ham and cheese all the way, baby. Let's go, baby, let's go. Right, I need to look at the picture because I like to build them how the picture shows me. So they've gone for the double sword guy. So we'll go for double sword guy as well. C36 and C37. C36. C37. Yeah. It's that bit there. Oh, it's that one. When in doubt, Master Meriadoc, always follow your nose. Which way around do you go? You go like that, allegedly. Yes. I did think about ordering something, but I don't want to be sat eating a hot pizza whilst doing the Twitch stream. Because I'll just be more concerned about the pizza. Warhammer. Pizza. Do. Priorities, exactly, Korvac. Pizza takes priority. Oh, Peter. I feel your pain. 100%. I'm so sorry, man. I hate it. I went last week. Last week? Week before last. A week last Friday. That was when I went to have a very, very big filling done. And it was awkward and horrible. And then I had to come home. And then paint, what was it? What was I doing on Friday? I had to edit a video and just sit there like that. I feel your pain, man. It was after that one that I said to Alice, it's so weirdly intimate being at the dentist, right? I feel so horribly vulnerable at the dentist, and you know I'm afraid of it, so you know. Afraid of it. So mean to the dentist. I'm afraid of the dentist. Irrationally so. And every time I go back, she says, "You're feeling better about it now, right? It's been okay?" It's like, no. It's terrible every time. It's the worst. Now shut up and take my money so you can stick things in my mouth. Way. Clip that for the soundboard. I also, and this is really stupid of me, but I do refer to it as. I always thank Alice for taking me to the torture rack. And it's a terrible association of me to have with going. I've got to go again as well, end of July, because I've got to have another one. I mean, that's the thing, like, I must say, like, as much as I hate going, your guys' is extremely generous support and engagement has kept me from bankruptcy, from going to the dentist. Because otherwise, it would have been awful. Because it's expensive. The moral of the story is, be born with good genes and look after your teeth. I got a double extraction Including one with a tooth above the gum came away and left the root bit things. Oh, Captain Mannerings, man, that's the worst. Eh. See, I thought, as terrible as it is, and as self-centered as it is, I thought I was one of the only people I knew that had, like, extensive, terrible dental work. And what I do appreciate that other people out there are as extensively dental as I am. It means we can all share our feelings about it. Do you know what the trouble is at the moment is I'm having dental work repaired by shoddy dental work. Do you know what I mean? So, like, the reason I'm having to have these big fillings is because 3 of my previous big fillings came out. One I didn't notice, and it didn't really hurt or cause any problems. And one, it did cause a massive problem, including, like, hideous jaw pain. So much that I couldn't sleep for 2 days. And I went to the dentist, and she put a temporary filling in because it was very, very close to the nerve. She wanted to see if she could pack it with some temporary and then put a proper filling over the top of it, which is what we did, and it worked. So now I haven't had any pain on that side. But then, because I then had to do all my chewing on this side because of all that pain that I was in, a filling up here broke. I'm telling you, it's a scam. It's an absolute scam. We've broken your tooth, so now we're going to break it a little bit more, and then we're going to fill it up with something. Now, don't break it again. Oh, the fix is broken. Oh, well. We'll just have to fix that again. Come back to the hygienist. I swear she's really lovely. Hiya. I'm now going to stick this bit of metal between each of your teeth and pull really hard. Oh, it made me feel funny just thinking about that. Sorry. C56 and C105, there they are, right next to each other. The problem for me as well is, like, it's just eye-watering the amount of money that it costs. And, you know, in the southwest, we're in a bit of a struggle at the moment because there are no NHS dentists. There's no space for anyone anywhere. So if you have a dental problem in the southwest, Gloucestershire area, you have to go private. And then if you need something like a crown or a root canal doing, it's like, look, your choices are root canal, and that will cost you £2,000, or an extraction, which will cost you 225 quid. And it's like, well, I'll do the extraction then, I guess, because I don't have £2,000 lying about for a root canal and a crown. because of an employment shortage. And you know, I get it. I don't like. It's not the dentist's fault, right? Why would you go and work for the NHS when you could go to a private practice and make the amount of money that they do, you know? It's hustling. It's all part of the game. Dental holiday. Where would you go for a dental holiday? For it to be cheaper. Have you had to do that as well, Nick? Oh. There was a map. Alice showed it to me a little while ago. She's like, look at the map. There's no dentists anywhere. It's like, yeah, I know. I'm at the Pitville anyway. Which is where I went to have this one extracted because I'm missing a tooth there. And she was like, "Do you want a replacement?" And I was like, "Well, yeah, I'd love a replacement. How much are they?" I was so naive because I was like, "Oh, I reckon they'll be about 300-400 quid." No. Not even close. I think she quoted me 4.5 grand for one new tooth, and I was like, that's gonna be a no there, Walter. I'm gonna have to decline that now, Walter. It's just not happening. Tangent Party 413, thank you so much for becoming a member. Welcome, welcome. That's very, very kind of you, sir. Or madam. Or they. I shouldn't assume. Oh, something's gone wrong here. There we go. Come on. Germany and Poland. I swear there's a sitcom sketch in... Or I'm sure there's a YouTube video. I went to Germany to get some dental work and this is what happened. Hello everybody, it's the Warhipster here, coming at you with another dentist problem video. Today we're in Germany sampling the wonderful dental care of Das Tooth. I don't speak German. And that's not meant to be that's a pun. Don't be mad if you're German. I'm sorry. I said to Alice, if I ever won the lottery, or like, let's say like we reach 2,000 members or something like that, right? Let's say something like that. I might go and just quote a dentist to just knock me out, take all my teeth out, and replace them. Just, I want to wake up, and I want to, I want to go to sleep, and I want to wake up the next day with a new mouth. Please and thank you. Kind regards. In Hungary, dentist is really cheap and good. In Hungary, eh? Hello everybody, it's the Warhipster here, coming at you with another painting tutorial where we've just had some teeth removed, and I've only just woken up from the anaesthetic, so we'll see how this goes. Today we're going to be painting some ultramarines, and we're going to start out by using some Bradman yellow. Do you not mean ultramarines blue, Josh? No. No, I don't want to. You guys are really into me doing silly voices throughout an entire stream. A stream? Entire video. What was it you wanted? West Country painting tutorials? Right, my lover. Give me that using that herb paint. Come on. Where the hell is this bit? C60. C60. There you are. Found you. Can't hide from me forever. Just unable to do my job in any way, shape or form under the influence of anesthetic. C60 and C61. Yeah, there it is. Connection points on blades, guys. Dwarf accent stream. Yeah, see, now I think I would offend people with that. Because I don't do a very consistent Scottish accent. Which is often where they cast dwarves. I'm not even going to do it now because I will offend someone and I can just tell it's not going to come out properly. Ooh, a cheeky lurk, Matt. Hello. Are you having an okay day at work? Nod twice if you're having a good day. Not that I can see you. I don't know why that would help. Be very odd if I could. I'm at my house. Oh, God. We could do that. Here are my battle scars. Here are my face scars. Mouth scars. I'd rather talk about Space Marines. We can do that. We can meet up and talk about Space Marines. And Dentist. Get in there. Lovely. Balance, you bugger. There we go. Robbie, welcome to being a member. Thank you very, very much. That's very, very kind of you. I'm pogging off today, guys. We've already had 27 new members. Easy, son. I'm from Glasgow. Yeah, so that's why I wouldn't do it, because I know some bastardized Ouija Edinburgh accent would come out, and it would just be incredibly offensive to everybody involved. C64 and C63, which is nowhere near where C64 is. Is anyone surprised by this? No, they are not. Why would they be? This is Warhammer at its finest. In its most typical fashion. Watch this. Oh, I believe my doorbell's going. Hang on. I shall return, ladies and gentlemen. The postman is here. Liberty Fires, thank you very much. I'll be back in a second to be more grateful. I'm back. I'm back. Thank you very, very much, Liberty Fires. Oh my goodness me. 5 gifted, and you became a member yourself. What does that put us on? 239. Here we go. Was it anything like exciting from the postie? Well, it's exciting for my neighbour downstairs. Do you know what? For the last 3 years, the postman has been in like pandemic mode, right? Where they've just been like, no one's nicking post because no one's out, so we're just going to leave it by your door, or we're just going to open your door and we'll pop it in there and then we're going to move on. And that's been great. And in the last week, in fact, was the first time in 3 years where I'd gotten a what's it called? You know, the little red slips. The sorry we missed you. And I was like, oh my god. The world is finally back to normal. The bad times are over. The postman is holding on to my packages. I didn't care for it. So I was out at Bruce Springsteen and stuff arrived. Hello, we met at Warhammer Fest some months ago. Glad I finally caught your stream. Hello, Liberty Fires. I'm glad we met. And welcome to the stream. You can also join the Discord, and anybody else who picked up a membership there can join the Discord as well. C66 and C65. And are they next to each other? No. Everyone was shocked and appalled to hear this, despite 5 minutes ago him bitching about the same thing. Okay, I'm very glad that I built the Blight Lords last night, because there was no chance I was going to get all 5 Blight Kings and the Puscoil Blight Lords done before the Twitch stream in 31 minutes. You've got magnifying glasses arriving today. Ooh. I thought about buying some of them the other day. It's gone forever. I think it's a good idea, Captain Mannerings. At the moment, for 40k, you would want to have a real blended mix of demons, which would be less good for AOS. Although you do still have Legion. I think you have access to Legion of the First Prince. The problem with AOS demons is that it's scattered across 4 books. They're not just all in one place. So I would probably, if I was to recommend it, I would actually wait for the Chaos Demons 40k Codex to see what detachments arrive. Because I have a sneaking suspicion that at the moment we have the one detachment, but everyone's going to be getting more, right? And I think that when the book comes out, or the next whatever it is, the Codex, when that comes out, there will be in it a detachment option for Khorne demons. So it'll be like Khorne's Brazen Hooves or something like that. So it was just something called like that, whatever it will be. There'll be one for Slaanesh, and there'll be one for Tzeentch, and one for Nurgle. And then I think there'll also be a Legion of the First Prince detachment in there, which is Bellacor's boys, right? And the reason I suggest this is because that will indicate to you which AOS book you're more likely to buy to figure out how to play them. Because then you can just add a few little bits here, some mortals, rather than having to commit either way. Where the hell is this head? 62. Over there. My main is Tzeentch. Yeah, right. So, like, if the... You could make a Disciples of Tzeentch army really easily. And the thing that's interesting about Tzeentch is, because of the presence of Zangors, Zangor Skyfires, and Zangor Enlightened, there's some really cool stuff you can do with Tzeentch, the Disciples of Tzeentch. And if you have Zangor and Zangor Enlightened and all that kind of thing, they actually translate into 1,000 Suns as well. So not only could you utilize Zangor for Disciples of Tzeentch, you can also utilize them for 1,000 Suns, and then any Tzeentch demons that you collect, you can use for both. There we go. Blight Kings are all done. Will you show more colour schemes for other Tyranid Hive fleets? I've had this on for the last 10 minutes and only realised this is live. Trent, yes. There are... How many have I released? I've done 2. There are 6 more. 6 more Hive fleets on the way. The Blight Kings are built, as are the Puscoils. And I'm feeling pretty good about it. Now I've got to go and get it all primed in a minute. And I'm going to make a sandwich, and then we're going to be back for the Twitch preview. I'm not going to turn anything off, but we will be taking a very short recess for about 5 minutes. 5-10 minutes. Let me just check which ones you can tell me from the list of things that I've painted, because I can't remember it off the top of my head. There's too many to remember. High fleets. There we go. So Leviathan I've done, obviously. Kraken and Behemoth, they're out. So Jormungandr, Ouroboros, Gorgon, Kronos, Hydra, Lotan, and Tiamat. Lotan and Tiamat we've already done on a live stream 2 weeks ago, so you can see those. And there's one more, because I did that. Setu. That's the one that isn't on this list. Setu. So yeah, available now: Leviathan, Kraken, Behemoth, Tiamat, and Lotan. If you just go and find that live stream. Coming up, Jormungandr, Ouroboros, Gorgon, Kronos, Hydra, and Setu, or Chetu, or however the hell you're supposed to pronounce it. All that good stuff on the way. Did you find painting inside or arms underside of Termagant's challenging? Finding it fiddly. It's a little bit fiddly. Because they're all quite like this. I generally found that if you turn the Termagant, have I got any to hand? I don't have any to hand. If you have, let's demonstrate with this flash hound. If you're painting, so you've got your Termagant. This is a flesh hound. If you've got your Termagant like this, and you're trying to paint the front arm here, I find that if you turn the back end to face you, you can get in this way. This looks really dodgy on camera, but you can get in that way to get the inside of the arms, and you can come in that way as well on either side. That's the way to get at it. Gloomspite Noob, thank you very much for the £10 for the sandwich fund. We're going to be having sandwiches. I do love sandwiches. I should set up the Twitch part of this. Twitch.tv Warhammer TV. Start D is live. Start D. Shush. Where is it? You'll be notified when Warhammer is live. There we go. Don't want to watch that. I don't want to watch that. I want that. I want theatre mode. I want to minimize the stream chat. I am able to embed it in this, so I'm just gonna set it up now, because I'm gonna go and prime some miniatures and then make my sandwich. And then we shall be back with a brand new wrap, and I don't mean wrap as in a new case. So I guess we're gonna do, what's this? So we're gonna edit this to be that. And we're going to turn it on, and then through the magic of technology and someone who is better at OBS would be able to tell me how I could do this all off screen, but as it stands I don't know how to do that. So yeah, that'll do. And then we drop it down below everything else and above that. Like that. There you go. Magic. Woo. So that should now work, hopefully, when it actually starts. What's in the sandwich? Ham and cheese. Because I am a creature of habit. A habitual creature. Is it in studio mode that you do it? Let me know if I disappear. Am I still here? Looks like I'm still here. The picture is gone. Am I back? Interesting. Interesting. Okay. So, now right. I am going to select some music. There we go. And I shall be right back. We're back. Yeah, just about. Okay. Hello. How are we? There's currently an advert for Audible playing on my screen. Epic incoming. Epic incoming indeed. Oh, right. You know what we should do? We should transfer to this screen. That's what we should do. So that we're primed and ready. As are the Blight Lords. Blight Lords? Blight Kings. Putrid Blight Kings. Nice bit of copyright protected music there. Well, Warhipster got his channel DMCA'd. I'm ready for Cities of Sigmar. I think we'll see 2 or 3 kits. I'm ready for... Ooh. I'm ready for the stream. Are you ready for the stream? Oh. Come on now. Don't do this. Why are you like this? They've ended. Started and ended the stream immediately. Let's go, baby! There will be some Cities of Sigmar Contrast Plus tutorials. Don't you worry about it, Jesse. It is quite funny, and it might be a super meta joke, that if it's the Not Warhammer 40,000 preview, so the stream was 1 second long, because there's nothing to preview. Because it's only Warhammer 40,000. Come on now, Warhammer. You're live. I do have some plans, Victor. Yeah. It is nice to see that not just small streamers have issues. Because with me, it's always only my fault. Probably. It's almost definitely my fault when it breaks. Because I've done something stupid. There's like 3 or 4 people over there, but they're all being stupid. Yeah, no, I'm reading the chat right now, and I will turn off the chat because it'll be toxic as hell when stuff starts getting announced. Okay. Guys, come on now. This is silly. You've been live for 30 seconds, but nothing's happened. Well, here we go. An advert for Breaking Point. Is anyone interested in Breaking Point? I'm not. Realistic race scenarios. All new F1 world. F1 23. There you go. And we're live. There we go. Goodbye, Twitch chat. Let's see what Eddie and Alex have to say for themselves, shall we?
A very busy time for Warhammer 40,000 in the last few months, as you might have been aware. Rightly so. What we're doing with this preview is we're basically going to look at everything else that's going on. So Warhammer is a huge, great hobby with loads of exciting games and different settings. Warhammer 40,000 has had a lot of attention recently, so we're going to...
You should have sound now.
And point at some other things. We're going to look at the Mortal Realms, some really
Hang on.
exciting stuff coming for fans of Age of Sigmar and a game set in that world. We're going to look at the Age of Darkness. We got a little bit of Old World as well. Throw in too.
Little bit of Old World.
Yeah. Thank you for joining us. If you're online, guys, thanks ever so much for tuning in. Had a little bit of technical trouble at the start there, going live a couple of minutes late, but don't worry, we're live now. We've got all the things lined up. Do let us know where you're watching from. If you're tuning in from somewhere around the world, it's always nice to see where you guys are.
I will worry, Eddie.
And also, let us know what hobby you're up to at the moment while you're watching. Alex, what's your hobby table look like at the moment?
Ooh, it's got a certain very large 40k-ish box on it.
We're not allowed to talk. Not allowed to talk about that.
So I'm currently doing some Soulblight,
very
some
nice.
Blood
Very
Dragon
nice.
Vampires. What about yourself?
Very cool. So I've also been painting some of the game that we shall not name, but I have also been
the game that they shall not name.
Warhammer Age of Sigmar recently. Been playing with my Cruel Boys. Added some new models into those recently.
Very cool.
So I've been really enjoying.
I wonder if
playing
it's a
Sigmar,
box
playing
of
orcs.
Epic, guys.
Maybe see some more orcs in this preview. Maybe. Who knows? Who knows? Just have a look at where everyone's tuning in for at the moment. We got loads of people. I can't even.
He's washing up a hobby. It can be.
Australia.
It can also be a profession.
Scotland. A couple of people in Nottingham, of course.
I'm in
Yeah,
Cheltenham,
of course.
guys. It's not far away.
Thanks for tuning. Thanks ever so much for tuning in, guys. Thanks for tuning in. Alex, what are you excited about seeing today? Have you got any things your IPs or worlds or anything you're particularly hoping for or looking forward to?
Obviously, we're because we all know we're seeing Underworlds.
There was an Oryx icon revealed on day 2.
The old world, as you said.
I think we're going to see some Oryx. It's the age of the beast, after all.
There's a few things coming up, but there's a big box that I'm very excited for.
Yeah, if you guys are on social media, and I assume you probably are because you're sitting there on a Twitch right now, we did put out a little bit of a teaser on our Warhammer Facebook and our Warhammer Twitter about 2 hours ago. So if you've not seen that already, it might be worth just poking your head in, quickly giving it a watch and seeing if you can decipher it. It's pretty subtle. I think it's pretty subtle. Yeah.
It's not subtle.
But you guys might be able to work out one of the things that might be on its way. But we've got loads of really fun stuff to show you. I think I'm quite excited for some Mortal Realm stuff. So I'm loving Age of Sigmar at the moment. It's a really great game.
Good, Eddie. You should be loving Age of Sigmar.
I like them
at the moment.
but I'm
Should
also
love it
quite
all the
excited
time.
about Cities of Sigmar.
Yeah.
Quite excited. I think that's a really big thing for the Mortal Realms to finally see the mortals, the humans.
Indeed. We saw some fantastic stuff at Fest, and then
We did.
a couple of little reveals have come out on Warcom since then.
Yeah.
We won't
So
just
look
sit
at
and
the chat,
listen to
lots
these
of-
guys.
Some people have mentioned Skaven.
Ooh.
Might see a little bit of. Might have some Skaven.
I think we might have given away a little bit of
There's been
something.
some teasers. Quite a lot of people excited about seeing some old world stuff.
Yeah.
That's exciting.
It'll be in
There are
3
some
minutes.
silhouettes as well up at the moment on
3
the Warhammer
minutes, I
community
guarantee when it
website of
starts.
some of the things that you might see. So you might be able to decipher those as well if you know your Warhammer well. Before we get stuck in, we're also joined by Raf, who is putting all of our tech together. So thank you, Raf, for making all that work. And we've got Notley in the moderating, keeping all you guys
And you've
in
got
line,
Warhipster
on
in
the Twitch
Cheltenham
there as well. So
providing
big
up
thanks
to
to
the
both of those
minute
guys for helping us
reactions.
run nice and smoothly. Right, I think that's pleasantries and introductions aside.
Indeed.
We can probably dive in to our very first preview. So, Raf, take us away.
Let's do it. Cities of Sigmar! Yes! Woo! Oh, oh my. Oh me, oh my. Talia Vedra, Lioness of the Parrot? Was that what it was called?
So this is the free cities, the cities of Sigmar, and some glorious new miniatures on the way. So there is a new launch box to tell you about today, and also an incredible new character. So let's have a look at the launch box first. Some of the models that are in this we've seen before. Some new things in there as well to talk about.
We'll turn them down
Much
for the
like we've
moment.
seen with some of the other really
Because-
significant major army releases for Warhammer Age of Sigmar 40,000. The first place you'll be able to get hold of some of these
Cities of
miniatures and the
Sigmar,
new
man.
is going to be in this box set.
Was that a winged lion? It was a winged lion.
Some of these before. We've seen the Cavaliers at the top. We've seen the Steel Helms down there, and we've had the Marshal and the Relic Envoy that was.
Yeah, so we've seen some of this.
I believe so, yeah. But a lot of models in this set.
Indeed. and
We've seen 3 of the
So you'll notice there in the
troops.
middle- Oh no! So
Jump
we've got
already.
What we haven't seen
That's
is
all right.
what the whole unit looks like,
So
and the
yes,
pennants
so
and
there's the
things.
Free Guild Marshal and the Relic Envoy. Now,
Free
you
Guild
don't get
Marshal and the Relic Envoy.
top dog in the Free Guilds by kind of.
So I'm guessing those are the
Yeah.
options.
So these guys are the best of the best. They get there by merit because you don't go out into the mortal realms and survive to become a marshal
No.
unless you are an
Yeah.
exceptional warrior and leader.
Really, really lovely, flexible kit as well. So obviously, this is a character that you can.
Is this an
make
army
your
slash
own.
faction?
You can
It
kind of
is.
decide the
This is
storyline
the
for
Cities of
them,
Sigmar, but
and
the
you
Age
can
of
choose if
Sigmar.
They're going to have
Sigmar.
pistols, have they a helmet, have they got a great sword, shield, great hammer. So lots and lots of.
That's
options
just
to
so
get
hot.
That's it, and they've got the little relic envoy there. So the relic envoys are basically some of the best squires, and they come along.
Yeah, so
as
these
you can
guys
see
were
there with a
previewed
little head
already. Well, the
in
Free
box.
Guild,
Now,
the
that
one on
tends to
the
be one of
left,
the family's
and
ancestors that has a bit of experience.
envoy, we've already
and
seen,
they've
I think.
been, a series of death rites has been performed on them, so they can communicate via the squire and basically advise the marshal. So if you're in an area, you
I
don't
love
know,
the dude on the
you can
right
adjust
with the
Grandad.
shield and sword.
Or Grandad can berate you for doing things wrong.
Absolutely adore
Fair enough.
that.
Well, we have seen this model before, though, so let's move on and see what else we've got. So this model is brand new.
Yes.
The Alchemite War Forger.
Yep.
So I think you can gain some things just by kind of having a look at the miniature itself. It's obviously magical in some nature. He's a master of metal.
I love that
What is this
so
model?
much.
What's going on with
Yes,
this character?
so there's a little
love
mantra
this-
where there is metal.
I
there
love
is
the.
power. These specialist wizards, they're basically seconded to the free.
So I really like the
Use their
smoke
magic
being in
to
the middle of the
strengthen their
pot, not
metal
just kind of
and signals on these.
crawling around the
Make
edge.
sure your
It's
armour is a little
proper
more
coming out of the
resistant,
middle of the
weapons come a
pot
little
there,
bit
so you can
better.
see how it's
There's
kind
an
of
awful lot
floating
full
by
of
the looks of things.
orcs and
So it's just-
Stormcast and all things that
it's
are
just
bigger and
really,
probably
really,
stronger
really
than you,
good.
so you need all the help you can get. He's got a nice little runic crucible
That
there to
leather
help him
kind of
influence the battlefield.
blacksmith
But it's
shawl
not just
that
sort of
he's wearing
helping your own guys that he does.
is
He can turn your
gorgeous.
enemies' armor to lead so they drop to the floor, or he can make it incredibly brittle. So
It's
their weapons
absolutely
shatter or melt.
fantastic.
He's
Do you need a
very
bucket?
versatile
Yes.
battlefield wizard.
It's got quite a nice sort of battered look to the miniature as well, which
that
kind of
lovely
This is
leather
hot.
apron to protect him.
That
looks
is
like a
hot.
huge, heavy
Pardon
kind
the
of
pun,
huge
but
helmet,
it's
doesn't
it's hot
even
and
like
it's
the helmet
sexy,
on him there is
and I'm
quite
into
kind of
it and I
reminiscent
like
of
it.
kind of Stormcast helmets, but much more kind of
Man.
unofficially put together. It's like hammered and smashed together, so you can.
I'm
see
sorry,
the build.
Leviathan. What?
It's almost like a welder's.
Just
Yeah.
come on.
to it.
But very cool, like obviously a big metal cauldron there.
Yeah,
but
like a
very
metal
interesting
mage
take
by
on
the
a
looks of
metal
things.
wizard. Yes.
A metallurgical
We've seen a lot of
mage,
the,
just like Balthazar
Pelagius
Gelt back in the
Arcanum's,
back in the
sort of
old
wizards
world,
in the flowing robe.
who now
Very
is
kind of
Balthus
old-school.
Arum
Yes.
This is a little
of
bit more
the
kind of grounded mortal. revolution.
Andals of the Helden Hammer.
Very cool, very cool. So, Free Guild
Yeah,
Steel
look at
Helms.
them.
Now, we've seen a couple of these miniatures before, but this is the full unit.
I like
so for
it.
the first time, we get to have a look at your standard bearer / musician character. We've also got another kind of relic envoy character there at the top right. What do we know about the Free Guild Steel Helms? Now we can see the whole unit altogether.
So these guys are the basic infantry of the cities, and so they tend to have come from, say, the common folk and various preachers and
I
stuff.
love it as well,
Convince
just
them to
'cause
sign up, take the coin Malleus, join the Dawnbreakers,
the next
Crusades, etc.
stage of things
But this unit,
in
because they are
the
regular humans,
Dawnbringers
essentially,
is centered around Hammerhall.
to get them going. So you've got the Steel Helm Herald there. On
And I
the
believe
right.
this is the sigil of
And
Hammerhall.
As you can imagine, walking into battle with both a trumpet and a banner, not holding your sword or shield, you've got to be the bravest, most loyal person there. The flags have been
I think there'll be
essentially
better
used
options for your
flags
Crusaders, Ed,
by the cults
than
in
these.
Brogan, as well as the
in
Order
Cities of
Valores.
Sigmar.
But they also tend to have an emblem of one of the settlements that has yet to be founded. So it's essentially
okay.
a promise that this unit will found
I
that
owe you
settlement.
one city, sort of thing.
Yeah. And then we've got the battle priest over on the right hand side. You know, as any good priest.
The one on the
you know,
far right just brought a
rouse
club.
the
I hope
troops
he'll
with a
make
great
it through.
sermon, but he also holds that relic there. Now,
He'll be fine.
we've seen in the past that the skulls of martyrs have become a bit of a diminishing resource, whereas a martyr has many other things. Broken swords, shields, bits of armor, pinky bones,
They're very
that sort
nice.
of thing. So the battle priests bring one of them, and they do have a genuine effect. Both on the
So I would
defense
wonder
and
if
offense.
the
So, you know,
cavalry
it's been proved right.
will come as a battle
I
line.
like that guy at the top
Because
right
will
there.
this be
It's
playable
sort
straight
of
from the
angry
box? I mean, it's not
English
2,000
guy.
points,
Yes, you imagine,
right?
like,
But
once they start the settlement, he
will
can play, you know,
this army box be
flames
playable?
at the new founded settlements bar.
He's put a lot of faith in his faith, as it were. Not wearing a helmet, and whilst everybody else has swords and shields, he's got a club.
Yeah.
Just turn on the
Very
relic.
cool. Yeah, it was
It's
lovely,
fine.
lovely
The
looking
relic
there.
will-
So,
the relic will
well,
save
here
you.
we are. This is the Free Guild Cavalier. So we're not going to dwell on these for too long, but because we have seen this unit before. But this is your heavy cavalry, effectively.
Yes.
for
Cavaliers,
Free
look at
Guild,
them.
The cities of Sigmar.
I really like this
One thing
dude
worth
on the
noting
top.
about this kit, it's
top
very,
right.
very
There might be a
flexible
woman,
kit. You can
actually.
put together in loads and loads of different ways. So weapons, heads, horses.
I really love this
iconography,
one.
Is all
I
very,
really
very
love
flexible,
this
so
one.
you can get
I
lots of
really
different
love
kit
this
and
one.
have,
I really love
different
this one.
kit every time, effectively.
That's it.
I don't like the angle of the banner,
Okay.
but I like it.
And then inside the Cities of Sigmar launch box, that will also be the first chance to get hold of the new Cities of Sigmar Battle Tome. The cover there you can see is a
Battle
special
Tome's
edition cover, so
cool.
it doesn't have art on it. It's got kind of heraldry of some of the cities. Some of the cities' heraldry on there you might have recognised from the current Cities of Sigmar. Some of it's new. A little peek at some of the rules there on the page. If you kind of squint, you might be able to make out some things. But
Some old world will
a
be in
very
this
rich,
preview,
very,
Jesse. Don't you worry.
Very packed battle tome. This one. It's got lots.
It
and
is
lots
like the Night Watch.
representing the kind of full spectrum of the Cities of Sigmar. Obviously covering all of the units.
What's the
and
name of
parts, but
the
also
main cap?
the
the-
wider army,
What's the
which
name of
includes
the
all sorts
captain of the
things,
Night Watch?
Some of which we've yet to see. Some
Begin with a
taken from the
V.
existing Age of Sigmar range.
I haven't read
One
Pratchett
of the
in
things it
ages.
includes is this new model as well, which is I think one of the best models of
Yes.
the whole year. This is a phenomenal monster. Alex, what do we know about it?
So this is Talia Vedra, Lioness of the
Vines, that's
Parch, given that nickname by her troops. So to a degree, people kind of refer to her as a bit of a queen of Hammerhall, but in reality, she's the first.
Age of Sigmar's models are better than 40k.
Again, she's achieved her position through merit, starting off as a mercenary, working her way up. A little stint in some elements of politics involving 4 rather corrupt individuals getting killed, and then straight out back to the battlefield. So she comes with a couple of options, a couple of weapons, as well as a manticore there, Infernodyne.
Infernodyne is a very cool name for a manticore.
So hot.
I think when we started out this year, everyone sort of suspected that the lion might be the best model of the year, but I don't think that they everyone realised which lion it was going to be. I think this is an absolutely beautiful kit. This is
Eddie, I agree.
An awesome treat for painters. If you're sometimes there's a model which is so nice that you just go,
God.
It doesn't matter what army that's in.
I love it so much, and I want to paint it now, and I want to paint it the best thing in the world, and I'm going to throw everything else out of my cabinet and put it in the middle.
She's really good in the game as well. So if you're looking just for a gaming piece, she's probably the most competent.
Oh, it's going to happen. I'm going to paint this. I'm going to paint the
I
living
think of many others that
manticore out of this.
close, really.
And even if they did come close, they'd probably be eaten.
Probably eaten, yeah. The manticore she's riding is very cool. We've seen manticores before. We've seen kind of like chaos incarnations. This is a much more kind of noble beast.
I
So
feel
you've got a
like
much kind of
Cities of
more
Sigmar are the
proud,
type of
noble,
faction that
I suppose realistic looking
will
lion,
bring
rather than
lots
kind
of people
chaotic
into the
kind of
AOS
beast.
fold,
Does
and it's
still have a
about
massive
time.
scorpion tail on it,
Like
so
to
it's
have
still a fantastical
these,
creature,
they've
very
needed
noble kind
this
of eagle
for
pinions
so
coming out
long.
the side. Lots of kind of barding and stuff on it as well, so it fits, even though it's a kind of weird.
They've needed this
more
for
monster, it still
years.
fits really nicely into
Yes.
the rest of your army. You can paint.
I mean,
it in the
AOS is
colours
coming
of
up
colour
on.
scheme, to match it. Obviously, most
did it
usually
come
she's going
out?
to be wearing the colours of.
It must be
Hammerhall,
approaching its
the
10th
general
birthday.
force. Should we talk a bit about the options in the kit, Alex? Do you want to tell us
Yeah,
what's
so-
going on with the weapons?
So she obviously comes with a helmeted and unhelmeted.
Helmeted
but she
and
also has
unhelmeted.
essentially 3 weapons. So she's got a
Unhelmeted.
sword, Parch Tongue, which is an artifact
Parch
from
tongue the sword!
basically
I love it!
flame wizards, and it can burn anything except for her. It's cool to her touch. She's got the axe Justice that was taken from the bloody
It does make the old
And then
manticore, the
she's got
Chaos
hammer
manticore,
of
look
Zeus, formerly a weapon
look
called
like
Warmaker,
an idiot.
Treasurer Venalius. But whilst it does inspire a lot of people because it's got a
2015, so
holy
year 8,
element
right?
to
Yeah.
it, she does
So
have a
yeah, we're
habit
not
of
far off
trying
its
to
10th birthday.
However, it always comes back in some form or another.
Like a boomerang.
Yes.
So what you might notice as well behind her is some heads inside that kind of weird casket thing. Definitely a recurring theme, isn't it, with the Cities of Sigmar? That
Yes,
they
all
have
the-
heads in.
Why
a
do you
box
want to
that
ruin
play
it,
around
Adam?
with them.
That's
What
it.
are these heads about, Alex?
So these again, they're martyrs' skulls, martyrs' relics. And as we've seen with an awful lot of the range, yes, they carry
It's
around
Talia
these
Vedra,
bits of former martyrs.
Lioness of
Fair
the
enough.
Parch.
Right. Well, an incredible miniatures. We might have a little bit more for the Mortal Realms later on in this preview, but it's now time to take a look at the 31st millennium, and we'll have a look at our next preview.
You ready for the Horus Heresy, guys? Cerastus Knight. Magera? No? This is, yeah, I mean, it's the other Cerastus ones, right? Because we saw the Lancer already. So that kit, theoretically, is going to build 1 of 3. Yeah. We saw the Lancer, he was plastic. Do you think they would do a cross-faction kit? No. No, absolutely not.
So, 2 brand new Horus Heresy era plastic knights. First off, we got the Knight Acheron. What do we know about Knight Acherons, Alex?
So the Acheron is essentially a terror weapon, armed with its
There we
Acheron
go.
flame cannon and a Reaper chain fist.
I
It's
mean, they're
basically
really cool.
deadly.
They are
and
models we've seen
terrifying.
before.
Their
The fact that they're in
speciality
plastic is great.
extermination, and their presence on the battlefield basically means no quarter's going to be given.
You're only ever
pilots
really
that
going to have one,
essentially
I think,
have
in most
to
Night
pilot
Lancers,
this,
if you're going to play
because
40k
they
with
tend
it.
to do it involuntarily.
Because it is a proper
basically
centerpiece.
suffer
But it does mean that for
Many
Imperial
scenes
Knights
will
and
be
Chaos
from
Knights,
Mechanical of the
conversely,
Night. They're
hopefully there's a
infused
Chaos
with
Knights
all of the
conversion kit,
horrible
but I
things,
doubt it because
massacres
it's a
and
Horus Heresy
slaughters,
one, right?
that
So
the suitors
it'll
previously
have
done. So
presumably
you've gotta do it involuntarily,
options
that's
to
kind
give
of
it the
the
Eye of
beauty.
Horus or to not have the Eye of Horus. So this one
It's,
doesn't have the
you know,
Eye of Horus on it
unhinged
anywhere.
to embrace it.
But presumably
So
there will
obviously in
be
game terms as well,
alternate
this is
shoulder pads for it.
a short range
Presumably.
knife, so
I don't
it doesn't
know
have
for
the kind of
sure.
long-range firepower that we've seen on some of the other things
It's not. It's a
in
Horus
the
Heresy
army.
preview. These are
But
intended
flame
for Horus
cannon,
Heresy.
Very, very good at just running
Um,
swarms of enemy infantry.
They're Horus Heresy
And
units.
big
It's 30k.
chainsaw there,
It's
which is
fine.
quite rapidly chopping through enemy knights.
It's fine.
So you can take out enemy
Um,
knights, you have to do it up close.
Yes.
I mean, we knew that. We knew this was
Also,
coming because
the
it
Knight
wasn't
Army, there's
just going to
another,
be the
new
Lancer,
knight
right?
as
Because it's
well,
all on the
I'd
same
say.
platform. The
The Knight
Castigator, that's the name.
So what do we know about Knight Castigators, Alex?
So yes, this is essentially an anti-infantry variant with the Castigator bolt cannon and a Tempest Warblade.
Yeah, so
the bolt
presumably-
cannon can tear through even
One would
heavily
hope.
heavily armored infantry even.
That there will be
And then,
Eye of
you know,
Horus,
go up close,
legs,
use that big blade to kind
and
of finish
shoulders.
anything off.
so you can
These
have
guys
it as a
tend to be
traitor or a
palatable,
loyalist
stoic
knight.
and venerable knight pilots to hold the line against foes that would otherwise be sort of too many to deal with and would overwhelm the knights.
They've done a really nice paint job on it. The green looks really vibrant and cool. I like it a
These
lot.
have been available previously in Forge World resin. Really nice kits. If you've got the Forge World resin kits, you absolutely carry on using them. But the new plastic ones have got a lot of flexibility. They'll be easier to put together. They'll be cheaper.
Yes.
There's some really nice little touches in the kit that you can't really. see
Guys,
from
we're not here to
pictures.
talk about rules.
One
We're
of the
talking
things
about
I
models.
like About the Castigator is that chain-fed.
Rules is as
gun
rules
is-
does.
It's really flexible, so you can put the cannon in almost any position. So you can have a lot of posability with that knight and still have your kind of belt-fed chain weapon there working really, really kind of posed any way you like.
What did you do, Adam?
There are lots and lots of socket joints there as well, so you can have a few of these in your army and have a few of them running or standing back or mid-slice sort of thing. So that lend themselves really well to kind of painters and converters and people who just want to put them in a really cool pose because it's just a big cool model. Isn't it? You want it to look cool.
Towers over the other knights.
Yeah, it's about.
So are they releasing all of the variants at the same time, or will we get the Lancer and then have to wait for the rest? I bet it's a Cerastus Knight
primarily
kit.
designed for use in Horus Heresy games. You can use these models in Warhammer 40,000 as well, but they'll be released and kind of packaged as Horus
I would
Heresy
guess,
miniatures.
because that's what they've done with
Very,
the
very cool. We might have a
Valiant
little bit more
and
Age of
Castellan.
Darknessy related stuff later on in the preview.
And they've
but
done it with
before
the
we jump
Night
into
Knight,
that,
and
we're
they've done it
gonna
with
jump
the
into
the Night
world
Knight,
of Warhammer, see what's
Trey Taurus. Yay! There they are. Clan Pestilence. Yeah, I reckon it's Underworlds. Yeah, Underworlds. They're really cool. Nevi, Matt, thank you very much for the $4.99. That's very, very kind of you, sir. Thank you. I very much appreciate that. Scapix Plague Pack. Sounds like his backpack, but never mind.
So a new Warhammer Underworlds warband for
They're very
Skaven
pretty.
Clans Pestilence, the Claw Pack.
Clan Pestilence.
About these?
So this is Scabix Plague Pack.
Plague Packs.
6 absolutely fantastic brand new models. This is the first Pestilence.
They are lovely. I really liked the
Yeah, long time.
was it the Eshin Assassins?
See there? They come with a little pet rat because everybody loves a pet.
All the best Warhammer Underworlds warbands have a bet.
Indeed. So Clans Pestilence, they were
I
the
reckon
great rat.
we were talking about it on Wednesday.
corrupt.
I reckon Skaven are a
What
decent
they
shout
do
for the
is
next core
basically
box.
Unlock the 13 great plagues, which have been scattered by the Great Corruptor, in order to basically bring about.
They have, yeah, Rich. So
the apocalypse.
there was another Underworlds
They managed
thing,
to
but they
achieve
did
time
get
also
the
following clues in their Liber's
what's he
Pestilence.
called? The
So they're
assassin,
doing
the one with
pretty
the
well.
knives.
And Skabik has basically followed these clues.
Death
down into
something?
the Weird Hollow. So the Weird Hollow is the
I can't remember his name.
tunnels,
He got
the
they got
caverns and stuff
one
that
model.
is below the Gnarlwood, sort of
Deathmaster,
infused with
that's the
same
one.
arcane energy
Yeah,
from the Eye of
in the
Jotun.
Sylvaneth
And
box,
down there you
which
get all
had
sorts of, like,
the Lady of Vines and the Gossamer Archers on the other side.
Or the temperature will rapidly drop and increase, freeze and burn you. So, it's not the best place to go find things, but considering...
Did the Warriors of Chaos Warband come before or after the first Warriors of Chaos Darkling? It came before, I believe.
They're crazy enough to do it.
Fair enough. I mean, if we dwell on the miniatures for a little bit before we dive into the rules, Warhammer Underworld...
I reckon Skaven are a decent shout for the next core box. Another one that's a decent shout for it, because I think it's going to be Chaos for the next one. Based on what everybody's worried about in Dawnbreakers Book 1.
Right at the start of Age of Sigmar, they haven't really been in the limelight.
And also, the mortal realms are cyclical. They work like the seasons of the year. Chaos rises, and then order replaces it, and in response to order, you have death, and in the wake of death, you have destruction, and so on and so forth. So the powers are in ascendancy, much like the winds of magic. They come and they go.
The original ones, the original plague monks, as it were, because obviously they were quite compact.
Yeah,
that's right. Sorry, chaos is a reaction to order. It's that way around. Order, chaos.
The stench waft.
You've also got lots of opportunities there for really nice
death,
painting
destruction.
So what we've seen a lot of things like Golden Demon is people have been using the really lovely models you have for Warhammer Underworld to kind of show off painting techniques, and I think there's some nice opportunities here.
Because in the wake of destruction comes life.
Also glowing warpstone opportunities.
And the rebuilding and reimposing of order.
Oxide and iron oxides and stuff like that, and kind of battered and dirty cloth and rags and all sorts of stuff. Some really nice little narrative touches in the mix as well. So you've got like old sewer vents, and I like the guy top right.
They are quite pale in the green. I would make the green a touch darker and a little bit more vibrant.
I'll bring that on a special occasion. But really fun, evocative, beautiful miniatures that are great in game as well. So here we go. Let's have a look at some of the rules. So this is your boss, Skabic.
Patrick, thank you very much for becoming a member.
Ability called.
That takes us up to 34 new members today. My goodness me.
Of being within proximity of these guys is enough to kind of set your fighters back a little bit. He's okay in a fight. You've got quite a lot of models in the warband, so he can take the hits, he can dish them out pretty well as well. And you can see
just another 60 to go.
Fire conditions about corrupting territory. So that's the thing these guys are trying to do on the battlefield is effectively get models into zones of
like the rats of Neem.
bonuses, not just to inspire, but
full jade green to black.
That's it. The corruption.
Laura's here. Hello, Laura.
Works really well for getting them all
do love some ratties.
And stuff as well.
Yep. So there we go. There's a little bit more about how that corruptor and befouler thing works there. So effectively, to corrupt a territory, you basically need to push some of your models into there, either befoulers or more of your other friendly fighters.
Underworlds is the type of game that
plague sensors that are spewing
I know I could absolutely lose myself in. And just go full,
but it also means you can get a little pet rat to kind of scoot in,
big brain with it, because it's a really good game. I've played it 3 or 4 times.
A little bit about how they
and
win
it's
their
fast
games as
and
well.
it's fun.
So there's a lot there about making sure that you've got.
And it's a different way of
put your befoulers in.
It's a different way of
impositions to kind of and that sort of stuff.
kind of acting.
And that's it.
As a tabletop game, which sounds silly, but it's got way more of a board game feel to it. But there's loads and loads of tactics, because you get this rule set of playground, and then obviously you're playing against another player. Whereas a lot of board games that you play have a kind of a linear progression of where you have to go, and you might be competing, you might not be competing, you might be cooperative on the game or whatever. But with this, it's like the big grand tabletop, but you have so much of those kind of tactical nuances. You have moments where you might draw the right card, you might draw the wrong card. There's that kind of thing, but you build your deck specifically to do things the way you want to do. It's got the best features of tabletop and the best features of deck building put together to make a really competitive game. It's a fantastic game.
That was Warhammer Underworld. We've got a little bit of something to show you from the other skirmish game set.
Warcry!
Something new for Warcry. Let's take it away.
Oryx! The monster killers stalk their prey.
Red eyes skulk in the darkness.
Oh, that's not very nice. You've killed a Saurus warrior. It's rude.
Join the cruel boys on the hunt.
Yeah, so these
Those
are
pretty.
brand new Cruel Boys warband for Warhammer Age of Sigmar Warcry.
Look
Yeah,
at these.
really, really cool.
Top left and top right.
Oh, my jam basically. This is
Those are lovely.
is my
I'm a
choice
big
to
fan.
run. We currently
Why
have
are there
Warhammer,
2 skirmish games?
and it's exciting to
So
see,
this is
Warhammer
essentially
Alex, what do we know about these guys?
So
says
the
Warhammer
monster killers,
Underworld's
as
weird
the
hollow at the
name
top there.
probably suggests, is that they hunt monsters.
Should
and
probably
kill
say
them.
Warcry.
However, that is not their only task. So these guys are big on catching monsters. So if you want to
Oops.
wrangle a massive beast, you send
Warcry is
You'll notice their weapons,
Age of Sigmar's
they
answer
tend
to
be
Kill
the
Team,
sort of
and it's a
in-ring weapons
cracking
with
good
hook
game.
boom. So you've got the beast knob up front, he's cut
It's
very
way
trophies and
more
skins.
frenetic
The
and
experience,
fast-paced
tricks,
than Kill
traps,
Team can
things
be.
like Favour,
Kill Team is very...
and that trident
Kill Team, I
seems
think,
to
suffers a
be
lot
to
from
so
people
throw it,
who come from 40k into Kill Team and then build something horrible.
and they work very
and
well
then
as
play
a
the game.
skirmishing unit. You've got,
My experience of Kill Team games have been,
now
I've just been
Warlords,
absolutely
those
flattened
are the
by
monkey
super optimized
style,
teams.
uh,
Whereas
characters
Warcry,
there, and they give you a
I
little
bought the
bit of speed.
warband, played
Basically
with
the
that
idea for them is
warband,
that
and it's been
scream,
great.
they shout, a little
Because
bit
you do stick,
dangerous,
you do
but their main
generally
trick
tend
is
to
both
stick to the
distraction
warbands more than
and
you
to
do
kind of scamper up
build
trees and steal
out of a
lands.
codex
You'll notice there
or
you've got a
battle tome in this
clutch of
instance.
pot, because every good warband needs a
Warcry is really good.
so you can either throw a grot at the problem.
It gives you kind of like
or, as you can see there,
3 or 4 different ways to play,
Because
play
these
right?
guys
So you've got
are
your
a little bit
Underworlds,
cleverer
which is
than the
your
average orc.
tabletop.
So
You
instead
can
of
play it on a
facing,
coffee
say,
table.
the mightiest alpha beast,
Warcry, which is a little bit
you
bigger, requires a lot
Why not
more
stick an
terrain,
egg?
but not tons. You don't have to,
And then it's
because you don't have to
fine.
worry about hiding behind
So
buildings
these
and
fit
all
in
this
with
kind of
things
thing,
like
right? Because
breaker bosses,
you're not really going to be playing
other
against somebody that's just
monster
going to sit there
things
6
with
inches
Cruel
away and
Boys.
shoot you.
They go out into the wild,
You've then got
find the
Path to
edges
Glory,
of
which is
ferocious beasts
really,
and
they've done such a good job with
can
the
bring them
system of
back
Path to
the
Glory.
way
It's
to
really
trim
cool.
sort of thing.
And then you've got
The boys.
open
That's it.
narrative and match
Got
play,
the
which is your
neck
kind of
slices
normal
there,
2,000
they're the
points
ones that
level,
essentially
or
have those
1,000,
little bone helmets. They've got
50,
a couple of hides from things
excuse
they
me,
killed.
1,000,
But
1,500,
really,
2,000,
their job is
3,000,
to
I think is the,
wound, to corral
no, it's 1, 2,
beast in
3,
place so
I
that
think
beast
is the,
can
the
take
points
it in.
limits. Anyway,
You've also got not shown in the picture. You've got the baller
but these are,
and they were the ones from the video that seem to be calling out, and they're things.
these
that
are dope.
They holler. They've got those drums that they beat basically as a.
Because you can't get the
combination of
starter box
distraction
anywhere.
or to sort of
We can't be
trigger
far
them
away
to
from a
take
Warcry,
Sort of thing. So if you can get the
a Warcry, a new season of Warcry. Did Nightmare Quest launch a season, or is that the end of a season? I can't remember.
Very cool. So yeah, looking forward to these. Obviously, these will also be usable in Warhammer Age of Sigmar as well. So I'm quite sure I'll be picking up some of these to use in both Warcry and Warhammer Age of Sigmar. So I'm excited about that. Great. Okay, so moving away from the mortal realms, we do have something new to show you from the old world. So
Old world. Here we go, everybody.
Cool new model for you.
That was a knight.
Lift the flags high and charge to victory!
Should have said that with a French accent. See, now he will go into my Cities of Sigmar force. That's very pretty. Oh, look at that glorious square base. It's glorious square base.
For the glory of Bretonia!
So a brand new battle standard for Bretonia.
Oh.
Nice to see a Bretonian hero on a horse. That's kind of how you use it most of the time. Battle standards, of course, an important part.
You're not a fan of the
Warhammer.
square
You
bases.
played old Warhammer Fantasy Battle and certainly will be still in Warhammer the Old World.
I'm very much looking forward to having a square-based army. I want to get my hands on all things Old World.
Heraldic is the biggest flag you can possibly find.
I was joking the other day.
So to bear the army standard,
I might have to
usually given to
If they were to release like 15 new factions all at once for Old World, I'm going to have to hire 14 people to build and paint them for the channel, and we're going to have to release 6 videos a day for for several months to get through all of it. Because there's no way in hell I'll be able to do all of it. But I think it is just going to be that there'll be the core box, and there'll be kind of rules, and there'll be new models for everything, is what they were saying. But and there will be some established models that will stay. Oh man, that is a very pretty horse. I like it.
A pageantry and a color scheme unto itself of whatever story you want to create with that character, or you can.
Is it me, or does he seem shorter? Maybe to fit with an older scale model. Yeah, he's a little bit shorter.
Which is what's happening in this instance, where the model is wearing the kind of black and red heraldry.
I'm certain that there will be a.
Still got a little bit of space in there to kind of throw in some extra kind of flourishes and touches.
There will be a box to launch it. They won't just go, here's a book. It'll be like the Age of Darkness box, because I think the Age of Darkness box was a one-time release. It's not a starter box, but it will be a launch. I'm sure there will be something. The Paladin was awesome, Jesse.
They're all beautiful miniatures for the time, really nice, but nice to see them kind of posed a bit more interesting than kind of just walking forward.
I'm a big fan of his helmet.
The Morning Star is very fun as well. It looks like it would make a mess of someone as it kind of charges past. He's got
the Morning Star is very pretty.
Just in case, he's got a shield there too. Really nice.
How are you going to get that sword and shield?
There as well, sort of Phoenix.
It's not in a very useful place, is it, Battle Standard Bearer?
Around that, maybe royal blood. Who knows? Could be some kind of Princeton waiting sort of thing to be. We don't know. The horse itself is really nice as well. More detailed and kind of interestingly posed as well than maybe some of the ones.
E&D, that's a really good idea.
This particular model will be resin, but there will be some.
That is a good idea.
As well for Britonia too, so
I wonder though, because I think you're right. I think that would be a really cool way of doing it. Like basically like combat patrols, basically. But it'd be about 1,000 points of your starter boxes.
There we go. Right.
However, I suspect people would rage because there's no models.
I'm only joking. We've got another preview for you guys. So this I think is probably I'm going to say the most exciting thing for today. It's pretty cool. Yeah. This is the thing that you might have spotted some teasers on for social media in the last couple of hours. So yeah, let's take it away and have a look at our last preview of the day.
It's not the most exciting. It's Cities of Sigmar.
That is cool. It is cool. Legions Imperialis.
So, Warhammer, the Horus Heresy, Legions Imperialis, battle on a new scale. This is a brand new game at an epic scale, set in the Horus Heresy era, that will be launching fairly soon with a glorious new box set. And what you can see on the screen right now is the contents of that launch box for the brand new game.
In fact, let's listen to what they're saying.
This is a really exciting thing. This is something we haven't really done as Games Workshop for a very long time. Obviously, we've seen epic scale stuff before in the shape of Adeptus Titanicus and Aeronautica, but what we've got now is the ability to fully recreate the grand battles, the epic scale battles of the Horus Heresy, with entire armies of tanks and troops and infantry, backed up with titans and aircraft and all sorts of stuff. So. This is the box set. Alex, anything you want to tell us about what's going on here?
We've got an incredible mixture here. So essentially, these are two armies that can face off, or you could maybe get the box yourself and combine them together. Because say most of the expeditionary forces that were part of the nascent Imperium, they had a combination of say Titans, of Imperial Army elements, of the Solar
these will be
Auxilia,
fun
and
how
of
to
the
paint,
legions
right?
themselves. So there's no reason not to take all of these as one massive force.
Yeah. So what we've got in the box, you can see there's plenty of Space Marines there. They are painted up in Death Guard colours. The warriors in red and grey are Solar Auxilia, and you've got some Titans at the back there. And the way that Legions Imperialis works is that you take armies in detachments, basically. So you'd put those Space Marines together into a detachment force. Maybe you take the Space Marine tanks together, and then you can have them fighting alongside troops from the Solar Auxilia and from the Titan Legions, also from Knight Households, that sort of stuff. So as you say, Alex, if you want to, you can get this box and you can go Space Marines on one side, Solar Auxilia on the other
Warhammer,
side.
the Horus Heresy,
or you
Legions
can put it all
Imperialis.
together and form the start of a much larger Legions Imperialis army, which you can then bolt onto all sorts of other stuff.
They look like 40
It
mil
won't just be this
bases
box.
to me.
There are loads and loads of things on their way for Legions Imperialis, to the point where you will be able to play almost anything you can imagine that's part of the Horus Heresy. Will be getting
really nice.
something
It's
for
really
Legions
nice.
Imperialis, at some point.
So these guys, whilst they're painted as Death Guard, they're not Legion specific. So say you wanted to play Salamanders, for instance.
Yep.
You could do.
Absolutely. So this is the box set itself. Legions Imperialis, epic battles in the Age
I
of
like it.
Darkness. Also comes with the things you need to play in there as well. So you've got the rule book, and you've got those two armies, and that will launch alongside a whole range of other great things that we'll be able to use to play the game. So let's have a look at some of these models in detail. We've really zoomed in on these. These models are very, very small. To give you a sense of the scale on these, if you have seen the Titanicus miniatures or the Aeronautica miniatures, these are in the same scale as those. So we're going to start referring to this as epic scale. They are not quite the same size as the epic models that you might remember from 20, 30 years ago, which tended to have a fairly inconsistent size.
Yes.
They are sized exactly in proportion to the Titans and aircraft that you've already seen in ratio to their size in the Horus Heresy game. So they stand pretty much bob on, about 1/4 the height of their Horus Heresy Age of Darkness equivalents.
Fantastic.
So the scale
8 mil.
is worth noting, but it does mean that you can have enormous great armies. So some models on screen there. We've just seen some close-ups, some the command squads. These are the tactical legionaries, and you get a sense there about how detailed some of these miniatures are. They are.
Yes.
You can work out what the models are, which is probably more than you could say maybe for some of the really classic epic ones. But you can see even down to like the.
That's it. Single eye lenses to single rivets.
How I painted the
incredible
Legiones
what the
Tostatis
manufacturing
Tactical
allows you to do.
Legionaries with
chainsaws on
a
the
scenic
Vulcans,
brush.
you can see.
Each individual
Contrast plus
The
how to
bases
paint.
as well are a little bit thinner than you get for other war games that we make for Warhammer, and that's because basically they just look better when they're out there on the battlefield. So really, really cool. They got some assault marines there as well.
They're cool.
You can see all the different weaponry and stuff
Do you paint them in sub-assemblies?
posed and looking very cool. So I think if you're looking at these now, obviously these are quite zoomed in. I would recommend, if you are interested in Legions Imperialis, once you start to see these kind of pop up in stores and things, really get hold of them and have a really close look, because they are a wonder to behold. The level of detail on these is crazy.
It's
I
really
did think maybe we
interesting.
should grab a box and show it off on the turntable, but you wouldn't be able to see them.
Not really. Here you go, some support legionaries there. So these ones have plasma weapons. I don't know who did the highlighting on those plasma coils, but well done, whoever that was. Incredible stuff. So
I wanna
lots of
play
different
40K
unique
with them.
choices within this box. You got some Terminators in there too, Cataphracti Terminators.
Each one counts as one Space Marine because
And then you get some
Tempest.
Dreadnoughts. So,
they Voltron
the
assemble
Dreadnoughts,
into one.
in Legions Imperialis stand a little bit shorter than a Space Marine in Warhammer 40,000. They are quite imposing, obviously compared to the infantry, but in a game that has Titans and Knights and all sorts of stuff, your
You
Contemptor
could dip
Dreadnoughts
them.
feel quite
Yes.
sort of small,
Blip, paint shoulders,
but still
done.
very, very cool, fun models, and even some options in there as well. So you've got las cannons versus assault cannons.
You wanna
all
see
sorts of
it-
different ways you can
You want to
paint
see it
things
in
up.
scale with
There's some
a
tanks in there too. You got
with a-
loads of
with a
really cool
normal
different choices.
sized,
So they've got some Sakaran battle tanks.
Space Marine.
The tanks are particularly impressive, I think.
Yes, because they've got the same amount of detail. They're just size smaller. So, if you have a hard time painting tanks, this is going to be the same, but smaller. So it'll be easier.
If you've painted
This
up
will be
any
how
of
I
the
do my Horus
Aeronautica
Heresy,
miniatures or the Titanicus miniatures,
Blood
you'll get a
Angels
sense
army.
of the scale of the things like the rivets and the sizes of
Little
the level
dreadnoughts on the
detail,
basis of
and
40k
they're the
drones.
same kind of
Yeah,
level of
you can now do dreadnought
fidelity
nurglings.
and kind of perfection, I guess, as you see on those. These ones are painted up in Death Guard. Obviously, you can paint them up whatever colours you want.
Even in
Some other
death,
little
I
options
still
there on the
serve.
Predators. You've even got little guys poking their heads out the top of the tanks to kind of represent maybe commanders in the detachment, that sort of thing. Really, really cool looking.
I
miniatures.
am eternal.
And then the other half of the box, the Solar Auxilia. So Solar Auxilia, for those of you not
They're fun.
super familiar with the Horus Heresy, these are the human troops, the Auxilia that have been attached to the Space Marine legions to give them some backup. They're human warriors. By human standards, they're relatively elite, but they're not anything like the same level of Space Marines. They do have pretty good kit, so kind of like carapace level armor. They've got kind of
From painting
las,
drop zone, little
phased
vehicles
weaponry,
are a joy to
some
paint.
extra kind of special
That's cool.
weapons and stuff like that.
I haven't done
Vast numbers
any
them
of
were
the
raised from the solar
sort of
system,
epic
that's
scale
where Solar
stuff
Auxilia
before.
comes from, and spread out across the galaxy. But those
It's the
ones
type
that
of
were
thing
with
that,
the traitor
honestly,
legions,
like
they
one
turned
brush full
quite
of
a lot
contrast
force of
paint
those
will
with
get you
traitor
most of the way.
alongside their, attached Space Marine legions, so they now fight on both sides of the Horus Heresy.
That's it. It was about a fifth of all the army elements were made up of Solar Auxilia, and 2/3 of them were stationed on various worlds and garrisons and that kind
I
of
really
thing.
like Solar
So, obviously
Auxilia.
when Horus set up
I wish
the
they would get a
heresy, as it were,
plastic run.
he ensured quite a few of them were
'Cause
gonna
they're really
come with him
cool.
at the same time.
Yeah, so really, really nice miniatures there. Level of detail. You got some flamers as well, so you got some flame sections. Great at kind of getting rid of enemy infantry.
It is funny that the
And you've got
bases
some
look
shock
like
troops. I
they're
think these might be
designed
my
for
favourite of the Solar
40k
Auxilia,
models,
just because the
because like
concept of,
those are massive
not only do you have a
paving
player
slabs. If that is
we're
the
not even
case,
going to give you a gun, so we're just going to give you an axe and a pat on the back, and it's quite a good axe.
the
Quite good
Velatarii
armour,
shock
but
troops.
fundamentally, they're still asking you to do quite a big job for just a human with a hatchet.
That's it. It's one of those things. So these guys are like the elite of the elite. So they would often act as sort of bodyguards. Or,
These will be
as I say,
really,
shock
really
troops,
funny to do
particularly
painting
sort of in the
tutorials with.
close spaces of bunkers or ships. You know, having a power axe is a big advantage. But as you said, suddenly you're on this vast battlefield against.
These will be very
Space
interesting to
Marines
do
and
painting
probably
tutorials
not
with,
gonna
because
go
it's
your
not.
way.
It's
Yeah.
going
But
to
there's
really
certainly
be
a
how
place
to
for
paint
them,
the
and
box,
against
right?
other Solar Auxilia, they hold their own very well.
You can't be like how to paint this.
We've got something we haven't
'Cause
seen
it's
before. We've
three
got some
colours, you're
heavy
not gonna, like,
sentinels
line
from Solar
highlighting or
Auxilia. So
anything.
these are
Unless you're mad.
forerunners,
me.
I suppose, of the Sentinels that you know of in Warhammer 40,000, and these are heavier, better armored, better armed Sentinels. They've got
Those are
multi-lasers
cool.
and kind of multiple rocket
Can we get
launchers
a-
on the back there.
Can we get a big
and
size
they
scale
give
of
some
those?
fire support basically for your
That's
Solar
sick.
Auxilia
I
troops.
like
So
those.
if you're sort of in an advanced Vanguard formation, an Aethon Heavy Sentinel is probably going to be the only real fire support you get because it's the only thing that can keep up. So they've got a mixture of anti-armor and anti-infantry. But whilst they're not going to contend with a tank, you know, hold
To
their own pretty
conclude
well.
this not
Yeah, they can
40k
certainly,
stream
put the
with
hurt on enemy
this
infantry.
is
Oh, yes.
cool, but I wouldn't call it
Very
the
cool.
not 40. I mean, it is 30k,
Classic
Yes.
stuff. Lehman
Let's-
Russ battle tanks.
for
So Lehman
a
Russ
hobby that
obviously
is,
been part of Warhammer 40,000
constantly
for a very
being
long
pedantic
time,
about
part of the lore of
semantics.
Warhammer,
They're not wrong.
and
This
get a chance
is
to have some
Horus
particular
Heresy.
new ones
It's
for
not
your,
40k.
Legions Imperialis forces. They have loads of different weapon options. You can see a few of them there. You've got Vanquisher, standard battle
They
cannon.
are pretty.
You've got las cannon, heavy bolters.
That'll
up
be
the
how I
front.
finish my
You've
Astra
got some
Militarum.
pintle-mounted stubbers.
Trojan
So
support vehicles.
loads
No,
of
not
really
Trojan.
nice
What are they
little,
called? The
ways
little
to
demo,
paint these
Cyclops demolition
You'll
vehicles.
notice, looking at these miniatures, they are Horus Heresy era versions of Lehman Russ battle tanks. So there's some subtle differences between their, I suppose, contemporary Warhammer 40,000 equivalents. But generally speaking, for the most part, these are the Lehman Russ
same.
battle tanks you know and love, and you can have whole swathes of them in your Solar
I do
Auxilia
like
armies
that the
if you
old
want.
Horus Heresy ones have like the stabilizer on the back.
Ooh, the Malkador. So this is sort of originally the mainstay of the Solar Auxilia. These were heavier tanks that were eventually sort of phased out a fair amount for the Lehman Russ because it was a little bit lighter, a little bit more flexible, and
easier
better
to
to use on the
produce as well.
battlefield. So these often got
The fact
sort
that
of
it's 30k and not
relegated to
40k does mean no
strategic
Xenos
reserves.
Titans.
But obviously,
Yeah.
as the heresy wore on, you needed to use.
It wouldn't
everything
surprise
at
me
your
though
disposal.
that if this
they all
does
came out of
well
storage.
for
But they are
epic
still
scale
formidable
other stuff
force
to
on the
happen,
battlefield.
Yeah,
because
again,
we've been
loads of
kind of
lovely
waiting
detail
for
on
that
these
to
as
happen
well.
with
So, different options
Titanicus.
for sponsons,
and it hasn't
members poking
happened.
their heads
But
up.
we have had it with
Really-
Aeronautica, so it's been like
really
the
nice
Tau
little
and
kits.
all that kind of thing, and the burner bombers.
And then we've got
Yes.
some Titans as well. So Legions
Wild
Imperialis isn't
Titans.
just about troops and tanks.
Mm-hmm.
You can use miniatures that you have from your Titan Legions collection from Adeptus Titanicus. You can also, although not in this box, use some of the Horus Heresy era versions of Aeronautica planes. So if you've got stuff like Thunderhawks and that sort of thing, you can put them into your armies and use them as Legion transports.
So you can use
The Warhound Titans that come in the launch box for Legions Imperialis have some new weapons that we haven't seen before in
New
plastic.
weapons?
So you have an Ursus Claw there.
Yeah.
There's some Melter
The
Cannon.
Ursus
style
Claws!
Alex, do you want to
Fire
talk
the
about
Ursus
some-
Claws!
Yes, so as you said, these are weapons that I believe we've shown off before, but they've always been in resin. So this new plastic kit allows you to have Ursus Claws, a Natrix shock lance.
I do enjoy
Von
Ursus
Kite
Claws.
Eradicator there you can see on the right.
Fire the Ursus
Missile
Claws!
pods with Swarmer or Shudder missiles, and an incisor pattern melter lance for when a Warhound Titan, a Scout Titan, as scouty as a Titan can be, needs to take out some heavy armor. But those are not on the bases we recognise.
Yeah, so across the whole Legions Imperialis range of miniatures, you'll notice they have a brand new type of basing. The reason they've got that is basically the models are very small for the most part. So if you have a really thick base, it sort of distracts a bit from the model.
Okay.
So you've got nice thin bases, so the infantry doesn't look too out of place. But to make sure that your Titans match, if you want to, you can base them on brand new Titan bases, which means that they are kind of the same level as the infantry squads. So they
Okay.
look kind of in keeping with the rest of the
I mean,
army.
fair enough.
You can absolutely keep your Titans on the bases they're currently on. If you already have Titanicus army, you can still play with them. Another thing to note about the bases, one thing that's really nice about Legions Imperialis is that it's really well supported, or will be really well supported with a terrain offer. So there will be loads of different ways to
That's a
build
chunky rulebook.
cities and buildings, and like create a whole.
We
kind
do
of
need more AOS,
dystopian
Patrick. I
metropolis
agree.
For your troops to fight
Give us
across,
another AOS.
and you could even
Please
blow
don't
up
let
some
this
of
be the
those buildings
last one.
mid-game and do stuff like that. So your Titan can kind of punch a skyscraper over, sort of thing, if it's getting in the way of his firing angles.
Give me
This is
flesh
the
eater
rulebook
quartz.
for Horus Heresy Legions Imperialis. The rulebook will come in that launch set that we've been showing off.
Or
It will
give
also
me
be available
death.
separately.
Well,
so if
no.
you'd want to play Legions Imperialis, but you don't necessarily want the forces in that box, you can pick it up separately. Although the nature of Legions Imperialis means that you can mix in loads of different factions. So why would you not? Why would you
Indeed.
not? You could have a little bit of your favourite Space Marine Legion alongside.
There you
whichever
go.
force you decide to go.
And that's it. Chances are, whatever force
So
you're
now-
going to go for, you're probably going to want to include some legions or solar auxiliary.
All that
units
remains
just to kind of round it out.
Is the one I think we all really desperately want is Battlefleet
We will
Gothic.
have lots and lots about Legions Imperialis on the Warhammer community website over the next few weeks.
I think we all
It
want
is
Battlefleet Gothic.
A whole game system that we're going to tell you all about. So in terms of
I
the nuances
definitely
of the
do.
rules and how that works, we'll be able to talk about that. There's a few questions I've seen pop up in the chat that we're going to just quickly be able to address. So
Okay.
there's a few questions there about the scope and scale.
You don't want
So
Battlefleet
this
Gothic,
is
fair
a Horus
enough.
Heresy themed game. So
And then Liberty Fires, I would
based
drop
on,
so much cash on
legions
it.
and knight households and traitor
Yeah.
legions and titans, rather than being Warhammer 40,000.
It's that one, and
This
what was it?
game
Is it? What was
heresy
the?
focused.
Was it Dreadfleet? Was that what it was called? What was the? There was a there was a old world version of it, wasn't there?
If you have a favourite unit,
Chances are,
it will probably show up at some point in the not too distant future.
Man of War,
It's
that
gonna
was
be,
it. Dreadfleet's a
very
different
big
game
thing
entirely.
over the next,
Man of War.
few months and years.
yes. And as you've mentioned before, this is epic scale. So the idea is that we can recreate some of the
More
massive
time as well.
battles from the Horus Heresy.
Yeah, absolutely. So like when you read about the Horus Heresy, there are some properly huge
Yes.
battles. So there's things like Istvan and there's the Siege of Terror,
Hundreds of thousands.
Moloch and stuff like that. So absolutely, it's not like 20 Space Marines show up
No.
and have a fight. There are absolute legions, and the way that this game plays, we were talking a bit before this preview started. You're taking up whole chapters of Space Marines in a shooting phase.
Yeah.
So like 2 Warhound Titans march out, and you're like, that chapter there is gone. 100 Space Marines just removed in one volley, but it's okay because you brought 10,000 to the fight. So
That's it.
Cool. Well, that is.
I'm
Legions
not
Imperialis.
doing
That is,
10,000.
our preview for today, guys. So thank you ever so much for joining us. Alex, anything you're particularly excited about from the preview today?
Oh,
Lost
there's
Legions
not
Imperialis
enough
is amazing.
AOS.
Talia on
So I
that
was gonna pick the
Manticore is
Lion.
just Beautiful.
Okay, well, I'm going to choose. I'm excited about the Cruel Boys, so I'm going to buy some of those and paint them up and play some Warcry, and I'm excited about that. But obviously, Legions of
Eddie got a
Curiosity is
neck
huge
tattoo
deal.
now?
Lots of other
Or has he just
exciting
got
things on
something
the
in
way
his
for loads of
beard?
different game systems. So if you're a fan of Warhammer Age of Sigmar, or the Mortal Kombat,
Just
loads of
noticed
stuff
this
there.
thing that's going on here.
Horus Heresy is an exciting time, and there's more old world things on the way as well in the next.
Or did you miss a bit
so
while shaving?
So it's a really exciting time for Warhammer, even if you don't play Warhammer 40,000.
Indeed.
Cool. Well, all that remains is for me to say thank you ever so much for tuning in. Everybody who followed along at home, there are over 20,000 of you, so we appreciate your time. Thank you, Alex, for joining me.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Raf, for making sure all the tech worked, and thank you, Notley, for looking after people in the chat. And a final big thanks for everybody who tuned in, and we will see you again very soon.
Cheers.
Oh, I thought there was going to be a surprise one at the end there. Oh, by the way, we're just going to reveal this. Well, there you go. There you go. I mean, it was pretty cool. Nowhere near as much Age of Sigmar as I thought there was going to be. But what we did get was pretty cool. It was pretty sick. It's pretty nice. I'm into it. Cities of Sigmar, very, very nice. Very, very cool. Very good, very nice. The Skaven models were cool. Liked them. The night was pretty good. Cities of Sigmar for me though, like they buried the lead there. Like that was the best one, and it's not hard to see why. I mean, you know, the lion. That was very, very cool. I'm into it. I like it a lot. It's good stuff. Epic's fine. I never understood what the fascination of it was when it was first around when I was a young warthog. You know, it is what it is. I think we'd probably all be in agreement that Cities wins the day there. Because Cities of Sigmar is gorgeous. But what was your highlights, guys? Yeah, Cities. Do. I've lost a rubber band somewhere along the way. Oh, yeah, I see it. Yeah, it'll probably be about £120. It was an army set. It was an army box. An army box release. So, yeah, preview just concluded 1 minute ago. articles are up now. There we go. So you can have a look at them. You can refresh your memories. Take my damn card details. Doop 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 doop. Cities are darker than I expected. As in the colours. So these guys are all primed and dry now. So, should we paint a Putrid Blight King? Would you like me to shut up and go away so you can enjoy the rest of your Saturday? Are you enjoying the stream? If you are enjoying the stream, please do leave a like. The choice is yours, my adoring public. Beep, 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 boo, doo, boo. Yes, Karazai the Scarred, who has knocked over one of my dragons again. I need to rejig that cupboard. Yeah, I like that too, Mr. Gwatkin. Right, I feel like for a painting video, there's the unit champion. So he'll be in the video. And the bellboy, he'll be in the video. And probably the standard. Yeah? So that means we have these two guys. And I might keep this one for the actual video so that I can show the painting of the those kind of legs. So really that leaves us with this guy. If you would like to see me paint him, we can do that. But as mentioned, we don't have to do it. Let me look up the Putrid Blight Kings. Because I primed them in Grey Seer, because I think they're pretty dark. According to this picture I have here before me. There's tearing in the picture here, which is fun. A micro electric spinning wheel gonna be fluff everywhere. What's one of those when it's at home? These new boxes, as in the Vanguard boxes, yeah, I think they're worth it. They're 500 points. So they're hang on. The Nurgle one probably looks like it's not worth it because it's 5, 6, 7, 8 models. Alright. Well, let's figure out this scheme then, shall we? Where's my medium layer brush gone? That is a small layer brush. Laura's a bit nuts. Well now. I couldn't possibly comment on that. So, what they've gone for, the box art up there has got them as all like flesh and stuff, but I really like these greener ones that they've got here on the box art here. So you see them there. So they're quite grim and dark, which is really cool. To which I would probably use Poxwalker. Would I use Poxwalker? No, I wouldn't use Poxwalker. I would use it for shading. So I'm going to try and recreate this because it's a really, really pale green. So maybe what we need is, because it's not Plague Bearer flesh because that's too warm. So maybe it is Gut Ripper flesh, but thinned down a little bit. Yeah, Dambuster. I reckon 1-to-1 of that and that. Because if I was to do the brighter, more box art ones, I would have done these in Wraithbone, but I wanted to do the ones on the full goth Shudderhood. So I'm going to go 1, 2. We'll go 3 of Gut Ripper Flash, and then we'll go 1, 2, 3 of the contrast medium. And this will go all over his skin. Maybe we'll add a little bit more of that in there. Because straight Gut Ripper Flesh will be too green. Yeah, that's the one. Where is my picture? Where's my box art? I'm trying to just figure out what's flesh and what isn't. Most of it is. That's flesh. Which would mean that his back is also skin? Yeah. And then that's all helmet, I think, based on the picture that I'm looking at. And then we've got his feet as well. So this foot here. And that little bit there. Yeah, that looks appropriate to me. I hope this Rastus is one kit with all weapon options. I wouldn't make sense to do this separately. They would consolidate each for case. Yeah, no. I think it will all be one single kit. With all the options. Oh no, hold on. His back is not skin. So that's armor back there apparently. Because oh, that would make sense. Okay, well that's fine. It's gonna have a little bit more green on it. So the next thing to do, whilst we're waiting for that to dry, will be to take some Militarum green, and we're going to apply this over his skirt. Just like that. And you know what I think the thing to do here is? Would you use for the vines on the Warsong Revenant's base? For my army, or for what particular scheme are you going for? They've got blackish green armor. So I think what we do is we take Black Legion and we go 1-to-1 with that, and then we go over the top of that with Pterodon turquoise or Dark Angels green. I haven't decided yet. So we're going to go 1, 2, 3, wash, 1, 2, 3. So this will come out as grey. Well, brown. Because that's what happens when you thin down Black Legion. Then we just have the helmet to do. And then we've got like that. These 3 little dials on the tummy. Like that. Now we leave that to dry. I'm using the base as a custom base for Celestine. You're using an AOS model for 40k? Oh, iniquity. Have you have you looked at my Awakened Wildwoods video? Oh. They're the big green vines. Oh God. No, I was directing you wrong. I thought you were talking about bark. You know what I would probably do? I would probably, if I was to recreate what's there on the box art, I would probably start with something like... I'd probably start by going over it with Nazdreg Yellow. I'd put Nazdreg Yellow over the entirety of the vine, and then I would leave it to dry. I might even thin that Nazdreg Yellow with a 1-to-1, but Nazdreg Yellow would be where I go first. Then, once it's dry, I would go over the top of, Warp Lightning or Orc Flesh, depending on how much of a transition you want to go down to grey quickly. Warp Lightning would be the slower of the transitions, which might be a little bit easier. You go over Warp Lightning all the way down, and then you do what I normally do, which was where you you quickly wash the brush and then blend it into the yellow. Then the base of it, the next one you would do is you would do 1-to-1 Contrast Medium and Dark Angels Green, because otherwise it will be difficult to manage. And do the same thing again, but like the next third or so of it. And then finally, a little bit of Black Templar towards the base of it, for it to come from that sort of very dark green up to the pale yellow tip at the end. You don't have to do the yellow. In fact, Nazdreg might be a little strong. You could do Skeleton Horde, or you don't have to do any yellow at all. But that would be roughly, without having it in front of me, would be roughly sort of how I would do it. Warp Lightning down to Dark Angels. Might be a bit of a quick transition though, so if that's too quick of a transition, Warp Lightning to Orc Flesh to Dark Angels Green would be the way to go. If you wanted to just be pure green, the purest green. So, next up, we're going to use Poxwalker. Only what we're going to do is we're going to do what I've been doing on the Tyranids. That's Valhalla Blizzard. That's not going to help me. Lamy and Medium. That's going to help me. So we're going to go one blob of Poxwalker. No, we'll go... That's about one blob of Poxwalker. And then we're going to go 1, 2, 3, a little bit more, with some Lamy and Medium. I'm going to pop this over the skin. Like that. Blue and purple. Is that right? So then we'll take Creed camo. I think this is the right way to go. And we're going to apply this. Yeah. Over the top of his skirt. Like that. And then Pterodon turquoise. And this is going to go over the top of the armor. The music stops. This is a problem. Captain Manners, that's very kind of you. To what do I owe the honour? Tasty Red Crayons, thank you so much for becoming a member. That is very, very kind of you. Oh, well, thank you. I'm glad I could help. 35 new members in this stream. That's really, really good. Thank you so much, guys. Just turn the brightness up on my lights a little bit. I'm going to use... I was going to use Cygor Brown, but it's a little dark, so I'm going to use Garagak Sewer. Space Bee, thank you very much. Thank you for joining the stream. And I hope work isn't too bad. Bosh. Did you know, ladies and gentlemen, that it is the Warhipster channel birthday coming up in but a few days? On the 11th and 12th. That is the Warhipster channel birthday. That's when it all began. Four years ago. And here we are. I think and who would have thought all those moons ago that we would be here. Doing this full time, working to earn the respect of my peers on YouTube. So, we're going to take a little bit of a lupus pink here. I'm going to apply this. Inside the wounds. And what we're also going to do, we take a little bit of this and we're going to apply this just here. Like that. Wash the brush. And then smooth it out into the green. We'll do the same thing over here, apparently. Wash the brush. And then we're going to do the same thing in here. And around there. And all around here. Wash the brush. Give it a cheeky feather in. A little bit more. Around there. Wash the brush. Gives us some delicious bruising around those areas. And then we'll take some Nazreg yellow. And add a little touch of this in here. So we're going to add some of it just in there. Like that. We'll add some around that boil just there. Some there, some there. Like that. Around those ones on his arm. Do it on those two. That little lesion there. Apply this over the toenails as well. Like that. That hair, I'm struggling to think what to do for it. Maybe a Thonian camo shade. Let's just try it. Let's see what happens, you know. Sometimes you just gotta take a risk. Yeah, that looks right. And I might actually put this as well over the top of that skirt, just to bring it down that one little bit more. There we go. That'll do, won't it? Because the skin's going to go up brighter. So it might look a little bit dark at the moment, but it is going to come up a little bit brighter. So what we need now... Apparently, according to this, is we're going to take some Targor Raid Shade for down here. For these skulls. I might add a little bit of Griff Charger Grey in there, because that's generally what I like to do on the flesh of shrunken heads. Oxland, are you a fan of the Cities of Sigmar by any chance? He's looking pretty good, this guy. Now, in slightly atypical me fashion, I'm actually going to use Lead Belcher here for the silver. Because usually I would use... Quite often I like to use Iron Warriors, but... I think Iron Warriors is a little bit dark for how far down these guys are going to get weathered. And Lead Belcher might be a little bit bright, but I think it's the right way to go. I just have to believe in myself. Know that I'm doing the right thing. For you and for me. One sword. Two sword. Does plenty. we go. That's all the silver done. And then, what colour do we normally do Nurgle gold? Quite often the darkest stuff is like Runelord brass. I think Runelord brass is probably the way, because if it's Balthazar it'll go too dark when we shade it. Brian, thank you so much for becoming a member. Welcome, welcome, welcome. $242. 58 more to go to the 300. And that if we reached 300 members, that would be 2 milestones in 1 week, which would be crazy. And also a little bit sexy. I say a little bit, it would be very... Alright, we're going to do Runelord Brass now. Because we're going to shade things. And if we go for Balthazar, it'll come out too dark. And we don't want that to happen now, do we? Put a little bit too much water in that. There we go. Can I just take a moment to just say that painting it's only been 3 weeks since I last painted an Age of Sigmar model, but man, I've missed them so much. I'm so happy to be back. God, I love you, Age of Sigmar. You sexy game, you. I think that's all of the base colours on. Yes. Paladin Gaming. Welcome, welcome. Thank you so much for becoming a member. You guys are killing it today. 243 members. It's pretty mad. Okay, so whilst we're waiting for all of those metallics to dry, I think what we should do is we should take some Iron Rack skin. Deepkin flesh is a little too bright straight off the rip, but Iron Rack skin will be perfect, I think. Yeah, look at that. And I'm going to find a space on my palette. There we go. Just going to pop some there. And we're going to use this to effectively relayer all of the skin. Excluding anywhere where we've done shading. and blending. So for example, round here on the tummy, we're going to add the iron rack skin going across there like that, and that's how we're going to create that variation between the skirt and the skin, because it was looking a little bit blended in. Have I missed a bit of metal? Yes, I have. Oh no! I fixed it. Except what I haven't fixed is we need a little bit of... Where are you? Black Legion. Starting point for tanned human skin, contrast paint. Fire Slayer Flesh is where I would start for tanned. In fact, you know what I do have? Which might be useful to you. There we go. This video is my 10 contrast skin recipes. So one of them might prove useful to you. Literally just put black on that bit. I'm just resting my back a little bit. I'll be back to the painting camera in just a minute. No, Mr. Warhipster. That is unacceptable. If that is your real name. What is everybody else working on today? Are you hobbying? Are you getting some much deserved Warhammer hobby time? Screamer Killer number 2. Wrapped up some Fanghorn morals. Decided to play Total War right now. Nice one, Campy. Warhammer Total War or just Total War? I'm now going to shade all the metals using some Agrax Earthshade. And for some reason I've elected to do it with a small layer brush. Not sure why. But there we go. Yeah, I can give you some tips for edge highlighting, Chris. If you hang around on the stream for a little while, I'll be highlighting this guy in just a minute. So I'll be able to walk you through what it is I'm doing as I'm doing it. But I do have a video as well, which has a bunch of extra stuff in there for things like painting and mixing and thinning your paints, edge highlighting, brush control, all that good stuff. I can't remember what it's called right now, but it came out about a month or two ago. It's not an old one, that one. But yeah. Been building the marine side of the Leviathan box while watching the stream. Is this the Underworld's model or a regular Blight King? This is a regular Blight King from the new Dawnbreakers Maggotkin of Nurgle Full Goth's Shudderhood box, which was released today. That Games Workshop very kindly sent me early to build up and paint for all of you. And that is exactly what we're going to be doing, as showcased by the painting of this putrid Blight King. who's looking pretty hot, even if I do say so myself. Do 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 do. Because he is now at what I would call a Warhipster battle ready. But we're not going to leave him there, no. We're going to take him to the next level, and we're going to be doing that by adding some layers and some highlights. And a touch of weathering. We're going to do a bit of rust on those weapons. We're just going to wait for him to fully dry. And then we're going to jump in. Boo 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 boo. Boo 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 boo. Boo 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 boo. I reckon we need this paint. That's Cabalite green. For the highlighting portion of this endeavour. And then a spot of Cyberite green. So we're going to start by highlighting all of his armour, and we're going to be using Cabalite green. So one of the things about highlighting, let me just adjust this. So one of the things about highlighting is you want to be comfortable whilst you're doing it, and you want to be able to move your brush in such a way that is a natural motion for you. So trying to highlight things, for example, going this way, isn't going to work for you. So when you're highlighting, you want to move the model around so that you can do your most natural brush strokes. So in my case, I'm right-handed, and I'm going to brace my arms. So I've braced my arms against the desks. So his arms are firmly on the desk, and because I'm leaning forward for this, I've then braced my painting hand on my hand that's holding the model, and my hand that's holding the model is on the desk, you see? So everything is as steady as it possibly can be. I've got the paint thinned down, and I've got a small brush, and what we're looking to do is we're looking to do brush strokes that are comfortable to us. So I'm going to do at this kind of angle. So see, it's like it's not different to me holding a pencil, and I'm going to start picking out the edges by going just past the detail and using the side of the brush to pick out that edge. So rather than continue this on, I'm going to move the model a little bit, still braced, so I can do that little bit just there. Move the model again, so I can do that little bit just there. And then I'm going to move the model one more time. Less brace now, but we're still very, very steady and secure. So I can do that edge like that. Now the instinct here is to go across like this, but that's not a natural brush position for us. So we're going to move the model like that. So we can then once again, hands nice and braced at the angle as we would holding a pencil. And we can pick out the edge like that by just going past it and using the side of the brush. So again, not a natural brush position there, but moving the model like this means that this is a natural brush position. You never want to try and draw on the highlights. Sometimes you have to, but what you want to do is you want to kind of run your brush along the edge to catch that edge. And sometimes you can get a couple of edges at once. So in instances like you see all of this pitting on the back, sometimes you will have to draw it in. So again, you just want to get your brush nice and braced, and you just want to pick it out as if you are writing with a pencil. Now in instances like this, you have to kind of train yourself for depth perception, right? Because this is a little bit more difficult. And it won't be perfect every time, but like that. I hope that helps. Do you have a few guiding words on how you do clan racks or plague monks? Do I have a few guiding words? I think the thing I would say is Dark Oath Flesh will be your friend when it comes to doing all of their skin. But what you need to have is you need to have a second flesh colour on standby for when you want the tails to be slightly different. So I would recommend having Darko Flesh and Gilliman Flesh first and foremost. Then when it comes to painting them, like the robes and things, if you're doing plague monks, I would probably suggest that Gut Ripper Flesh will be your friend, as will a shade of some description. I'm not entirely certain what shade. I would probably go for the robes. I would probably go for something like having some Athonian camo shade probably on hand for robes, just to bring it down that little bit. And then you'll need quite a dark brown for any leather. I can pull up the picture in a minute and have a real deep dive into the scheme, if that's what you would like. That's the thing, though. If they send me the those plague monks that we saw today on the stream, then I'll be making a video proper for it. You know. No, not Vulcan Green. You're not the right one. You're quite a cold green. I think Lauren Forest is probably the one. I would probably do them with Wraithbone for Skaven, because they are quite warm little creatures. They're full of warmth. Oh. So there you go. There's all of our highlighted Blight King. I think what we need is Strachan or Lauren Forest to do the skirt. Before we do that, we're going to take some Cyberite Green. They are lovely. They're very lovely. They're such a uniquely Warhammer thing, Skaven. They're great. Right. Cyberite Green next. So this is the next part of your highlighting course. So when it comes to doing things like spot highlights, for example, you can get a really good finish by not having loads of paint on the brush and then just wicking it straight across the edge like that, like I've just done there. Because the more paint you have on the brush, the bigger the spot highlight is going to be, whereas the less paint you have, the quicker it runs out. Which means you get a kind of almost a blended highlight effect, which it isn't, but it looks like it, which is really cool. I'm just going to pick out these. And again, I'm always trying, when it's like things like picking out rivets and stuff, you still want to kind of aim to use the side of the brush rather than try and kind of point it right in, because if you try and point it right in, you end up like this and you can't see. So what you want to do, that's way too much paint on the brush, you still just want to kind of come at it from the sideways on. And then when it comes to things like this pitted stuff, you just want to add little dots, and you want to stick towards the bottom side mostly, which makes it look more 3D than it already is. So again, looking to just catch it with the edge of my brush rather than draw it in. side of my brush to pick out these rivets. Take most of it off. There we go. I'm pretty happy with that. Right, I reckon Strachan Green is the one for the cloak. This is where things get a little bit interesting, right? Because this is now cloak territory, so you can't really get in there to do the old going halfway past it. So again, you just want to brace everything right, and you want to know that the limit of your brush movement. So that was the limit there, in the kind of braced position. That's way too heavy. That's the way to do it, man. Do the termagants first before doing the screamer pit killer. You get your eye in then. What do we think, team? Do you think this is looking good? And by good, I of course mean gross. Give me positive reinforcement. It's not bad, is it? How long have we been going? What time did the stream end? 3. Oh, it's an hour and a half. It's not bad, is it? So what he needs now is he needs some flesh stuff doing. And that is going to be, of course, deepkin flesh. This will take him way up. He is. Oh, wow, ow. So, deepkin flesh now. So what we do here is we go blob, 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 and even on the yellow bits, we still do it. Yeah, disturbed. Get up. Come on. Get down with the sickness. Do you ever just read lyrics like that? Get up, come on, get down with the sickness. You get up, come on, get down with the sickness. There we go. Valral 8000 is greater than Talon Sand. Bold claim. I don't know what that is. That could have happened to us. It could have done, but it didn't. Right, we've got a bit of iron breaker here. I'm going to use this to highlight the swords. But don't worry. We're going to be making them even more gross than they already are. go. I can't say I've ever noticed a smell on Talon sand. But I'll take your word for it. That's where you're wrong, Mr. the Hipster. You're just not smelling hard enough. Okay, so what we're going to do now is, whilst we're waiting for that to dry, we're going to reach in here, hopefully, and grab some typhus corrosion. There it is. And we're going to take this medium layer brush, and then on the swords we're going to add typhus corrosion. I'm going to stipple it in. Like that. It looks a bit rough, but don't worry. It's going to be fine. Like that. And then we're going to sit and wait for that to dry for a bit. And whilst we do that, we're going to take some... Let's do... Get the enamels out, mate. No! Mostly because I don't own any. But no! I mean, you're a far better weatherer than I. Oh, is it over there? No. Do 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 do. Oh. Tummy on. 20 to 5. Sycorax bronze or canoptic alloy? Let's go with canoptic alloy. I haven't used it in ages. I mean, you may well. Give that a good proper shake by punching the crap out of my leg. And then I'm just going to go straight from the pot here, because I'm just going to take a little bit of it. And just pick out very roughly a few little places on those brassy areas. It's almost like a very localized dry brush, this. There we go. And so, to conclude, what we're then going to do is we're going to take Scrag Brown. So we take Scrag Brown, and we'll take a little bit of loo roll, because it's right here. And fold that over. There we go. Going to grab a dry brush and put a little bit of this on the dry brush. Take most of it off like that, and then we're going to very gently in a circular motion over the top of our typhus corrosion. Probably need to grab a little bit more there. Like that. And then with the same dry brush, what we can do is take a little bit of Ironbreaker, will be fine. Like that. Just literally just pop it in. And do that into the loo roll. And then stipple this into the blade quite sparingly. Like that. Giving you these horrible rusty blades. You can also do a little bit of this in the armor where they've got pitted stuff, just like that. And with that, a Putrid Blight King is fully painted. You're welcome, Marcus, the Geiger counter.
What do you think, fellas? And fellets? Not bad, eh? Needs streaking grime. Damn it! Failure! I'm pretty pleased with that. Hour and 45. It's not bad. Who says you can't paint 5 putrid Blight Kings in a day? You can, but I will not, because I've been streaming since 11:30 this morning, and we've covered everything we were going to cover. So, unless anyone has any burning questions, I will be hanging out for the next sort of 10 minutes, just to chat to you guys. We can recap if you like. Really, really cool day. I really enjoyed myself. You'll be pleased to hear that there is a Warhipster video coming out tonight. And it will be another Hive Fleet. Because after this, the Hive Fleet video comes out tonight. I will be jumping in and painting one of the Harbinger of Despair, the Grimhold Exile, the Rabble Rouser, or the Marrow Scroll Herald. And we didn't do those today because we're going to film those. So one of these 4. So I'm going to be filming these tonight and tomorrow and Tuesday and Monday and Wednesday probably. And we will be streaming again on Wednesday. And I suspect on Wednesday we might try and do some of Sergerian's thingy. Some Flesh Eater Courts. I like to spoil you, Captain Mannerings. You know? It's how we do. So tonight, it will be... I can't remember what I've got edited. I think they're all edited now. Let me just check. Content. Alright. Of the 2 that are uploaded, which would you prefer? Ouroboros or Jormungandr? And that will go live at 7:30 tonight. Bearing in mind I haven't edited Hydra and thingy. And I know someone's now going to go, I want Hydra. Hydra and Setu. Those are the only 2 that I haven't edited yet. They need to be edited. Gorgon and Kronos need to be uploaded. But you have a choice. Ouroboros or Jormungandr. And what I think I'll do for all of you YouTube members and Patreon subscribers and people in the Discord, I will put the others. I will put the others up for early access later on this evening as well. So if you are subscribed to the channel, you'll get a notification, hopefully. If not, you'll know that a video goes live at 7:30 PM tonight for 3 votes for Ouroboros. There we go. So Ouroboros, our Rob or Ross. That will go live tonight. For the rest of you, there will be 5 more who are members or Patreon subscribers who are in the Discord. 5 more will go live for you to view at your viewing pleasure. And Campy, thank you very much for becoming a member. There you go. That's very, very kind of you. Thank you. We are now at 244 of our 300 target. So 56 more to go. Tell your friends to come and achieve. You can be part of the 300 as we make our way to 20,000. I've utilised your vids in so many of my paint schemes, figured it was time to give back, lol. Oh, that's very kind of you. No, but thank you very much for becoming a member. And do make sure you join the Discord. Because there you can talk about all things Warhammer with the best community in the world. My poor phone. Screen is on all day. just see Liam's playing DMZ and he just got rolled on by a 10-man squad. Oh my. Sorry, Liam, if you're still watching. That's awful. I've been hit by 2 pre-made 6s that were working together all with the same clan tag, and it's just the worst. So it's technically a pre-made 12-man. But there we go. Thank you so much, guys. 38 new members today. Thank you so much for becoming members, for gifting members, for the super chats as well, for liking the stream. We have 139 likes. That's great. I hope you're as excited as I am for the Cities of Sigmar. And I hope you've had a good time with me. For those of you who've been with me since 11:30 AM. And for those of you who joined at the preview, I hope you enjoyed the preview. And for those of you who've been here for the painting, I hope you enjoyed the painting. We're very close to 43,000 subscribers as well, I've just noticed. If you could all tell 54 of your friends to just come and hit the subscribe button, that would be really nice. And then you can tell them to tell their 54 friends, and then we'll be at 50k in no time at all. But yeah, I think we're going to end there, because I'm going to go and get a drink, and I'm going to go and use the facilities. And then I've got some videos to edit. Because it never ends, chat! It never ends. Being the king of contrast, paint videos every day for an entire month. So yes, thank you so much, guys. I will see you all very soon on Wednesday for another live stream, because live streaming is fun and it's great. Have a good one, everybody. Love you very much. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye bye. Bye.